Good evening, everyone.
Recording in
Oh,
progress.
nope, wait. How are you doing? How are you doing? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to City Hall. It's great to have you all here. Mayor Max, how are you? Thanks for being here, Mayor Max. We have a special guest in the house tonight on the front row. He's going to be a mayor one day. His name is Max. All right. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 7 p.m. And if we will, let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. And at this time, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, friends. It's our practice to stand during the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Williams,
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker,
Here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Cook,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman has requested an excused absence, Councilmember Rist,
Here.
and that's it.
Thank you so much. Next on the agenda are ceremonial items. And first, we'll have Councilmember Cook. As she reads her first proclamation. American Red Cross, come on up, please.
Good evening, everybody. I'm excited to read this. I actually am giving my 34th blood donation to the Red Cross next week. So very special organization for me. Almost caught up to my age. I'm working on it. Alrighty, so our proclamation this evening. Whereas Durham is a city that believes Red Cross Month is a special time to recognize and thank our everyday heroes, those who reach out to help their neighbors when they are in need, and whereas American Red Cross heroes are on the front lines every day, they volunteer their time, give blood, take life-saving courses, or provide financial donations to help those in need, and whereas we would like to remember our heroes here in Durham who give to help people in need, they work tirelessly to help in times of disaster, when someone needs life-saving blood or in comfort of a helping hand. They provide round-the-clock support to those in need, and whereas across the country and around the world, the American Red Cross responds to hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and wildfires, Durham residents continue to strive for the betterment of its people and to provide a direction for the future by creating and opening doors of opportunity. And whereas during these difficult times, we call upon all of you to help create a better community, we dedicate the month of March to all those who support the American Red Cross mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Whereas March 9th, 2024 is known as Day of Service here in the city of Durham, and March 27th is known as Red Cross Giving Day. Now, therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of March as American Red Cross Month in the City of Durham, and hereby call upon all residents and encourage all citizens to join activities and discussions that promote understanding, support, and awareness of the American Red Cross. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 4th day of March 2024.
We would like to thank Mayor Williams, the council members, and the City of Durham for this honor. As the proclamation had noted, this is your Red Cross, and please come and serve when we are installing smoke alarms on March 9th. That's this Saturday. So hopefully you can come and join us and make Durham a safer place and community to live in. And also, what was also referred to for Giving Day on March 27th is the time that the Red Cross really could use any type of funds that you could donate at that time. So if you could please help us on the 27th with funds, and please come out and join us on the 9th to install smoke alarms. Thank you so much, and thank you, Mayor and Council.
Speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors for the American Red Cross, I would like to say we request two things: volunteers and blood. Any opportunity you get a chance to do either one of those is deeply and richly important to us. And we ask that you sign up and come out and give us some of that blood and some of that volunteer hours. Thank you.
Just one quick thing about the 9th. Right here in Durham County, we had our last approved, we validated it, life safe. It happened in January. We have this elderly lady who, because we put free smoke alarms in her home, she was able to hear the smoke alarm, get out of her home safely, and she is alive today because of the effort of those free smoke alarms. So that's what we're going to be doing this Saturday. So all who want to participate, help save a life, come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the day of first, this is my first proclamation as well. Can I call up Elizabeth Van Voorhees? Hey, Elizabeth. So, whereas removing animal products from our diets reduces the risk of various ailments, including heart disease, high blood pressure, stroke, various cancers, and diabetes. And whereas a plant-based diet helps protect the environment by reducing our carbon footprint, preserving forests, grasslands, and wildlife habitats, and reduces pollution of waterways. And whereas a growing number of people are reducing their meat consumption to help prevent animal cruelty, improve their health, and reduce their carbon footprint, and whereas since MeatOut was launched in 1985, more than 35 million Americans have explored a plant-based diet and reduced their consumption of meat, dairy, and eggs, and major food manufacturers and national franchises are marketing more vegan options in response to this growing demand. Now, therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim March 20th, 2024 as MeatOut Day in Durham, in the City of Durham, and hereby call upon all residents to explore the benefits and flavors of a wholesome, plant-based diet. Witness my hand in the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 4th day of March, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I want to thank the mayor and the city council for your willingness to issue a proclamation that March 20th is MeatOut Day in Durham. and for encouraging Durham residents to turn over a new leaf and explore a plant-based diet on the first day of spring. The potential benefits you have unlocked for the people you serve, for their children, and for the future of Durham by supporting an increase in plant-based eating are enormous. From an individual health perspective alone, the impact is profound. Research has shown that plant-based diets can reverse or reduce the risk of obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and certain types of cancer. Though eliminating meat from one's diet for one day is obviously not going to confer these benefits, the mayor's endorsement of exploring plant-based eating may give people just a nudge in the direction of better health that they need to lead to further behavior change. The mayor has taken a profound step, an overlooked source of human-produced contribution to climate change, our food system. For many years now, climate researchers have warned that the world can't meet its Paris Agreement climate goals of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius without reducing meat consumption. Animal agriculture is a leading cause of deforestation and is responsible for significant biodiversity loss and pollution. And frighteningly, animal agriculture emits large amounts of greenhouse gases, particularly methane. Methane alone is the cause of over 25% of global warming, and just reducing meat consumption could get the world much closer to our emissions goals. In the United States, to meet this goal, the average American would need to consume about 70% fewer animal products on a daily basis. The situation is dire, and actions must be taken at a global and a local level. This has led activists to call for the adoption of a plant-based treaty to work alongside the Paris Agreement to make the hope of avoiding a catastrophic tipping point in planetary warming a possibility. The mayor's proclamation encouraging people to move towards more plant-based eating and less reliance on animal agriculture is a noteworthy step in this direction and is an action within the tenets of the plant-based treaty. Finally, the social justice implications of moving away from animal agriculture are also profound, both at a local and global level. Here in North Carolina, it is well known that the hog farms of Smithfield have devastating health and quality of life effects on the rural, predominantly Black and Latino communities around them. Animal agriculture contributes to hunger internationally, and all of this destruction and suffering does not even consider the unfathomable suffering of the 9 billion animals a year killed for food who live and die in filthy, cramped, and inhumane conditions. I cannot thank the mayor and the city council enough for taking the step in issuing this proclamation for MeatOut Day. It makes me proud to be a part of the Durham community and to be a supporter of Mayor Leonardo Williams and this city council. And in honor of MeatOut Day, we will be giving away free vegan food samples at the Durham Farmers Market on Saturday the 16th, so we hope to see you there. Again, thank you.
Elizabeth? I would love to talk about a mayor's challenge, Vegan for a Month. Just to introduce more people to the lifestyle. I did it for January and absolutely loved it. So I've cut out a large part of my diet, so thank you. We'll talk more.
I should also say, I think the mayor probably called me up to read that proclamation because I also follow a plant-based diet, so thank you, Elizabeth, appreciate it.
Good evening, everyone. I want to extend my thanks to His Honor the Mayor for allowing me to read this very important proclamation on a night of great proclamations. In honor of Arab American Heritage Month, which will be in April, but we will be presenting the proclamation tonight, and I'd like to invite Fatma Wazel to join me. Fatma is not with us tonight. This is Lee Manasser. Oh, okay, all right. Big entrance, big entrance. Please. Welcome. Proclamation for Arab American Heritage Month. Whereas, for over a century, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society, in medicine, law, business, education, technology, government, military service, and culture. And whereas, since migrating to America, Men and women of Arab descent have shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends, while also setting fine examples of model citizens and public servants. And whereas they brought with them to America their resilient family values, strong work ethic, dedication to education, and diversity in faith and creed that have added strength to our great democracy. And whereas Arab Americans have also enriched our society by sharing in the entrepreneurial American spirit that makes our nation free and prosperous. And whereas the celebration of Arab American ancestry and cultural heritage educates our fellow Americans and counters misconceptions, harmful stereotyping, and shared abuses by other ethnic groups. And whereas they join all Americans in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse society where every individual is treated equally and feels safe. And whereas the incredible contributions and heritage of Arab Americans have helped us build a better nation. Now, therefore, I, Leonardo Williams, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim April 2024 to be Arab American Heritage Month in the City of Durham, and hereby urge all residents to take note of this observance. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 4th day of March, 2024, Leonardo Williams, Mayor.
We are glad and honored, and as a North Carolina team leader of Arab America Foundation, I would love to thank the mayor and the city council for issuing this proclamation. And I would love to say we are proud to be members in this whole society to promote our heritage and to educate people about our rich heritage, and also to connect with every American and make a very well-civilized and understanding community of diversity. And thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you so much, colleagues. This is always the highlight of the meeting when we get to make proclamations and announce ceremonial items. Before we get into the business, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the excused absence of Councilmember Freeman.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Madam Clerk, can you please open the vote? Please close the vote. Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, are there any comments, comments, announcements? Yep.
I'll be very brief. Just want to remind everyone that early voting is closed, but Election Day is tomorrow. These are primaries, so they're often not highly voted in, but we've got lots of local leaders on the ballot, and I hope y'all will show up to the polls.
Good evening, everyone. I want to remind folks to remember their ID when they go vote. That is a difference than in years past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, for reminding folks to vote and bring IDs. I just want to say I had a distinct pleasure a couple Saturdays ago to go visit the Durham Bike Co-op. If you all know the Bike Co-op, it's located in the former maintenance shed at Duke Park. More than 15 years old, volunteer-driven. The Bike Co-op is essentially a place where people can donate their bikes, and the Bike Co-op either recycles these things and turns it into recycled metal, keeping stuff out of our landfills, or they refurbish bikes and give them away or sell them to kids and adults. It's a pretty amazing mission. Let me just list some of the metrics from the last year. So last year they recycled 12 tons of metal. They accepted 1,302 bike donations. They turned that into 368 restored bikes that they gave away to that they sold to bikes or gave away 15 at no cost. They restored 265 youth bikes and gave away 114 at no cost. And they gave away 384 helmets, 172 light sets, 127 vests, and 194 locks. All as a way to get folks more excited about biking and make it more accessible for folks, while at the same time reducing the amount of waste that goes into our landfill. So check out the Durham Bike Co-op if you don't know about them already. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Rist. My good friend Joe Neff, who works over there with them.
Joe Neff hosted me the other day. He was my host.
Yeah,
Helped me tear apart a bike. You know?
We met when I was a teacher, and we were doing some research together, and I have yet to get over there, but I am going.
It's good stuff.
So thanks for going. And colleagues, thanks for reminding everybody to vote. We all know Durham elections primary is normally the determining factor for the election. So please make sure you take part. If not, be quiet. No complaining. All right. On Sunday, I had the honor of participating with Craig Albanese, the CEO of Duke Health, Governor Cooper, Chris McEntee from the White House, and Danny O'Neigan with Food Tank. And it's an organization that really focuses on food security and systems and policies around supporting food stability. And it was just so much, it was such a wealth of information. And I look forward to working with our county and our school system to bring home, just funding support for a lot of this work that's being done. Also, I just wanted to, of course, delegate and make sure that we're all having a voice on these proclamations. But I want to reiterate, especially being able to talk about the diversity in our neighborhood, in our community. So I just really appreciate those folks just really stepping up, saying, hey, we want you to know our community, and we want you to know what we're doing in our community. So I really appreciate those. And tomorrow I'll be headed out to the Yale University Mayor's College, and I look forward to meeting folks there and bringing home resources. Some of the grants that we're bringing home to Durham are started with just simple relationships, and a lot of those relationships are built when we're at these conferences or these academies. So I look forward to being able to continue to do that and represent Durham, and bring it home. So. Again, and lastly, make sure you please, if you haven't voted already, if you're one of those folks like me who like to do the ceremonial day of voting, please make sure you go out. But don't follow that practice, just vote early. All right, so let's get down to the business as we get into this pretty healthy meeting agenda tonight. We'll say, just as we get started, really appreciate folks coming out tonight. There will be people agreeing and people that are disagreeing on some of these topics. What I appreciate most is our common respect for one another. With that being said, let's get down to it. I'll read the consent agenda at this time. Oh, I'm sorry. I do care about you all. I don't think I don't. Madam Manager, your priority items.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Durham City Council. I do have one priority item for you this evening. Agenda item number 16, 2023 fourth quarter crime report. Additional information has been provided in attachments 4 and 5 in response to questions that were raised during by the City Council during your work session. That is all I have for you this evening.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Madam Attorney.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Middleton, members of the council. It's good to see you. I don't have priority items. Just wanted to make sure you checked through with us.
I appreciate it. I like when the attorney's office does not have attorney priority items. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Your mic is not on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is much better.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members, the City Clerk's office has no priority items this evening.
Sounds good. Thank you all. All right. This time I'll go ahead and read the consent agenda. Item number 1. Oh, first of all, can you all hear us out there? It sounds a little low up here to me. No. Okay. All right. Could we have the mics turn up, the volume turn up just a little bit? Okay, I think they're doing it now. Thank you. All right, item number 1, Durham Affordable Housing Implementation Committee appointment. Item number 2, Human Relations Commission appointment. Number 3, January 2024 bid report. Number 4, interlocal agreement for the distribution of sales tax between the City of Durham and Durham County. Number 5, amendment number 1 for Justice Matters Incorporated, contract number 18355 for the Immigration Legal Defense Pilot Project. Number 6, agreement to fund El Centro Hispano COVID Recovery Initiative operated by the El Centro Hispano Incorporated using City of Durham grant funds. Number 7, American Rescue Plan Act project, ARPA, Road to Wealth Building Project. Number 8, amendment to contract number 18394 between the City of Durham and Durham County for the provision of the housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, HOPWA, housing assistance and related supportive services. Number 9, fiscal year 24 debt service fund and water and sewer funds budget ordinance amendments. Number 10, resolution authorizing the virtual city auction. Number 11, cooperative group purchase contract, Knuckle Boom trucks. Number 12, structural maintenance improvements for parking facilities design agreement with Kimberly Horn and Associates Incorporated. Number 13, service contract with Triangle Stump Removal Services, LLC for right-of-way stump removal. Number 14, purchase contract with Bars Recreation, LLC for the playground and surface replacement project at Whippoorwill Park. Number 15, purchase contract with Game Time for the playground and surface replacement project at C.R. Wood Park. 16, 2023 fourth quarter crime report. Number 18, purchase agreement with Nearmap USA Incorporated for Nearmap vertical imagery. Number 19, contract with NWN Corporation for City Network core switch upgrade. Number 20, transit grant project ordinance amendments. 25, fiscal year 2023-2024 service agreement with Go Triangle for the Regional Information Center.
21.
Oh, I'm sorry, 21. It all starts running together. Number 17, contract for Shotspotter response service agreement. Number 25, Consolidation Annexation, Olive Branch Reserve North. Number 26, zoning map change, Old West Farms Durham. 27, zoning map change, Aura Green Hill. Those are our items. Move to, am I missing something? Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
Move to adopt consent.
Second.
We move to properly second. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Yep. Yeah, number 17. Where are we? There we go. All right, so first up, we're starting out spicy tonight. Number 17, contract for Shotspotter response service agreement. And we are going to start with our online participants. I'm sorry. Do we have?
Someone from the department needs to step up.
We have someone from this. Yeah. Hello, Madam Chief.
Am I on? Let's see, I'm just short.
You can tilt it down.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City Council, Manager Page, and those folks that are here in attendance and in virtual. Patrice Andrews, Chief of Police. I have with me tonight for any questions. You all know Mr. Jason Sheese. Mr. Sheese is our Analytical Services Manager. For contract questions, Mr. Sean Huey. He is our Fiscal Services Manager, the Durham Police Department. And then I Also in the chamber are members of Shotspotter, Correction Sound Thinking, formerly known as Shotspotter. They're also here to answer any questions you may have. And then finally online, Dr. Phil Cook is on to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much. It's going to be a lengthy session, so you don't have to stand and rest that foot. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and start online. You did say that check ones are the ones that are signed in, right? Okay, I'll just go ahead and call each one. Yeah. All right, the first person I have is Nandi Smith. Oh, okay. All right, can you notate that for me? No, just wait. Next I have Maxine Eloy.
Person's here in person.
It's in person?
You see it right here.
Okay. Damon Williams or Damon Williams? He's in the queue. All right.
Hi, this is Damon Williams.
Oh, Damon, one
Hi.
second. I can hear that you're on, but it's not loud enough. Could you test your mic again? Damon,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, welcome. You have 1 second. For item 1715, right? All right. Okay, we'll do 2 minutes. Yeah, that's a lot. All right, Damon, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My zip code is 27713. You've heard me speak before as part of a coalition called Durham for a Free Palestine, and tonight I'm urging City Council to vote no on Shotspotter. As so many Durham residents have communicated throughout the years and in the last few months, we understand that the movement for Palestinian liberation is a local issue. It is directly connected to healthcare, it is a labor issue, it is a housing issue, a race issue, a gender issue, and it is intimately interconnected with the issue of policing and surveillance. Durham knows this. Durham knew this in 2018 when we banned the police exchange between Durham and Israel. And we should know it now, that the same kinds of surveillance technologies that are used against Palestinians in occupied Palestine cannot serve Durham either. It is only putting my Black and brown neighbors in East Durham at risk, and it would not serve the rest of the city either. We also know that Shotspotter doesn't work. It's an ineffective tool that purports to prevent violence, but that only ensures cops are interacting with neighbors who did not call them. Why should we use city money to pay a company that has to spend millions on PR and lobbying? Why can we not instead use this money to expand the HEART program, to improve our public transit system, to pay a $25 an hour living wage to the workers that make Durham run, and to address the issues of gentrification that are tearing through East Durham and displacing the Black and brown folks who call it home? We must fund something, anything that addresses the root causes of violence. More surveillance and more policing only perpetuates that violence, and Durham deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I appreciate it, but it's going to be a really long night, so we'll work good as long as we can get through the agenda. All right, Samuel Scarborough. Sam, are you online?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, Sam. You have
All right,
2 minutes.
cool. All right. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing well. As a gun violence prevention and racial justice advocate, and after carefully reviewing the latest report from the Duke Wilson Center, I urge City Council to vote against expanding ShotSpotter. Based on the report, there were additional incidents with arrests and evidence collected for investigations, but nothing in the study indicated that this led to successful investigations or that the right folks were being held accountable for causing harm. Fundamentally, though, these findings have nothing to do with prevention, just reaction. For police response, there was a 1.2-minute response time reduction, which is great for providing life-saving care in emergency situations. But there were also 8 incidences where ShotSpotter gave no alert. So for those 8 incidents, that decreased response time sadly wouldn't have even mattered. That could be 8 lives lost because ShotSpotter did not do the job we'd be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for it to do. But again, these findings have nothing to do with preventing gun violence. Lastly, the ShotSpotter only notifications led to an additional 2.3 police deployments per day in the pilot area. So it's not only wasting DPD's time and resources, but also speaks to community concerns about over-policing. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but again, this has nothing to do with prevention. Because ShotSpotter is fundamentally a reaction-based approach, it will never prevent gun violence. I think we should focus more prevention, like adding more funds to existing programs that are effective at educating folks about healthy relationships, which the CDC recommends for reducing intimate partner violence. More than half of all intimate partner homicides involve a firearm. Another area of prevention is the HEART program, which targets nonviolent mental health crises or quality of life concerns. And in 2021, more than half of gun deaths were due to suicides. Lastly,
Thank you,
another area of
Sam.
prevention.
Thank you so
Yes.
much for joining us. All right, next I have Joseph Fleming. Is he in queue?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Fleming is not in the queue.
All right, thank you. Leslie St. Dre. Just there. Okay. Leslie, can
Hello.
you hear me? Oh, there you go. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Leslie St. Dre. I'm a Durham resident, a member of Durham Beyond Policing, Mothers for Ceasefire, and part of the Durham for a Free Palestine Coalition. I'm here to urge you to vote no on ShotSpotter as well. It's long past time that Durham divests from weapons of Black and brown surveillance and invest in Black, brown, and poor residents' lives and livelihoods instead. City workers are demanding and they need $25 an hour at minimum to afford to live here. This is not a time to throw away $658,000 or more to racial profiling technology set up to monitor East Durham residents who need stable homes rather than more cops hammering at their door. We can also use that money to expand the HEART program. HEART workers are skilled at handling many of the crises our low-income residents face, and they know that the majority of folks are encountering lack a truly affordable home as their base need to feel safe and to start trying to stabilize their lives. Permanently affordable housing is community safety. It is community health. Let's invest in HEART and home. Turning to the intersectional struggle, I want to thank all of you who voted for a ceasefire in historic Palestine, especially Councilmember Freeman, who was courageous enough to name what's happening before our eyes, which is genocide. It's continuing due to our government's ongoing investment in militarism and weapons of mass surveillance and destruction. We must raise our voice in every way possible to stop U.S.-Israeli war crimes against millions of Palestinians, and saying no to ShotSpotter is one of these ways. ShotSpotter is now profiting from Israeli apartheid and occupation and its partnership with Israeli drone manufacturer Aerobotics, which happens to already be deployed in the US as well. We all know where this is going, right? Especially since Israel is also known for smart shooter technology, armed drones that kill Palestinians. So ShotSpotter, Aerobotics, bullets and bombs equals oppression, surveillance, and eventually death for Black and brown lives the world over.
Thank you so much. I didn't want to be rude and cut anyone off, but I will forewarn you. We're talking about ShotSpotter tonight. And I'll use this at my discretion. If I feel that you're talking way off topic about something else, I will cut it off. Next, we have Lou Gent.
Mr. Mayor, Lou Gent is not in the queue.
All right. Robin McGee.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Robin McGee. I live in Durham, and I'm speaking to you to ask you to not fund Shotspotter. I really have concerns about this, and I'd like to keep the money in Durham. We need to fund our 911 call centers to help folks. I feel like the inaccuracy of ShotSpotter has wasted the time of many people when our residents didn't need police cars in their neighborhoods. We also need to spend this precious money that we do have on our prevention programs that we have in Durham. So I'm requesting the city council to please vote against spending this money on a corporation outside of Durham and really reinvest in Durham and our community-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's everyone. Okay. Oh, he's up in person. All right, moving to in person. First up, I have King Sage. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Peace, y'all. I'm King Sage, here to talk about why I don't think that ShotSpotter is a good use of Durham's resources and the ways that, as a resident of East Durham, the location where most, if not all, of these surveillance tactics will be deployed, I feel disheartened and muddling through the distrust of a system that continues to prove its commitment to taking cues from the memory of our bondage. Lately, I've been dreaming on what it would be like if we came to city council meetings and work sessions poised for discussion on what we would like to do as Black people about the harm and violence that is trying to claim our communities. As a member of East Durham Community Design, a participatory action research program, I have been in dialogue with my neighbors for about the past 6 months to answer the question, what is one way we can reduce harm and violence in our communities? Now, you know we came up with more than one way, but in all the ways that were named, as a collective, I never once heard my neighbors seriously say that we needed more policing and surveillance. I witnessed us instead turn our concern to the youth, the houseless members of our communities, and naming concern for the lack of access to basic human resources that has over time created a despairing need that would turn anyone towards crimes of survival. As someone who was houseless just 2 years ago, I know that this is a truth that is self-evident. I witnessed hours of conversations as a part of East Durham Community Design, and even a fight that tested the theory of if we could really do this, if we could really live in a world where we didn't rely on the solutions presented by the carceral system, which I have already named is continually committed to offering options that are rooted in concepts that also brought us here in chains. You know what we found out that day? That de-escalation works, that community is real. I'm not naive. I know that this will take work, but I wonder when DPD and the inventors of ShotSpotter will suggest solutions that actually center the voices of Black community members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, and I'm going to go ahead and call a few names up. Next, I have Maxine Eloy. I have Tari Coleman. Thanks for the phonetic support here, written on the paper. MX Layla Champion. Okay, I see. You may start.
Thank you, many blessings. People are not interested in living in a police state. With ShotSpotter, we are condoning the surveillance and the over-policing of very specifically Black and brown people within our community. These same people have repeatedly stated that these resources they want and need have nothing to do with cops patrolling the street. When have cops ever made things safer? We've seen police tactics in this very city hall being used to threaten and intimidate citizens and the same people who voted for you. The presence of armed police patrolling the street has negative health outcomes for people in the community, from feelings of fear and isolation, mental health. There are even proven cases of high rates of preterm birth. The data proves that there is no drop in gun violence. So how do we actually create a drop in gun violence? By investing in the infrastructure and aid of our people. Programs like HEART, creating stable housing, food and income resources, investing in programs, art, supporting youth and underserved people. Let us continue to divest from the military-industrial complex and invest into this historic and vibrant community. This is an appeal to your humanity and to you looking at the people in your communities as humans who deserve to live in peace, ease, joy, and love. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tara?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Good evening. Thank you for your time.
Tari, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Tari, could you say your name just to make sure I'm getting it right?
Yeah, Tari, like sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Hi, I'm here to urge you to vote no to extending contract with Shotspotter. I live in East Durham, and police are regularly in my neighborhood, 4 to 6 squad cars deep, arresting folks who express frustration. They say, I live here, look at my license, I live in this house. And whether or not that's true, should that small woman have been cuffed and forcibly detained? This is something I saw just last week, and as I recorded it with my phone, a Black femme officer chuckled at me and told me I could move along and that I could put my phone away. And I think a lot of the police in Durham think that the general public mistrust has to do with just an attitude that we all have and has nothing to do with their behavior. We watch undercover Durham police officers pulling over and ransacking cars while Black and brown folks sit protesting from the grass. And I see these things happen a lot more often than I hear gunshots, which is interesting because once again, I live in East Durham. So I do hear gunshots. And the thing that makes me feel unsafe is the cops roaming the neighborhoods, arresting people that are resource insecure. The things that make me feel unsafe is that I live right down the street from the college prep elementary school, middle school, KIPP, whichever it is. And when I walk my dog, I see hypodermic needles on the sidewalks, and more policing doesn't make that not happen. Resources make things like that not happen. I grew up an Air Force brat, so I've lived in a lot of different places, and I lived in Raleigh for about 12 years. None of those things were from my volition, but I moved to Durham for a reason. I chose Durham specifically because I wanted to be surrounded by an awesome and vibrant community full of Black, brown, queer people that look like me, think like me, love like me, and I don't want my family over-policed. I didn't expect to move into a space where the overall feeling is that there's a higher priority on policing communities than there is on funding community safety initiatives like sidewalks in busy neighborhoods and lights and parks, things that are left to the participatory budget to cover, as opposed to things that are brought to this council to be discussed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And after Layla, I have Rafiq, Virginia, Rafiq Zai, Virginia Wertman, and Nandi Smith, and Wilma Oliver. You may go.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Hi, my name is Layla Champion. I'm a resident of Durham. We know Shotspotter isn't working. Shotspotter can only answer one question a lot of different ways. How many? The real question we need data on is why. Rather than looking to a company that has no ability to tell us what's going on with our community, I encourage you to listen to your constituents, specifically the members of our community who are facing the threat of gun violence on a regular basis. Data does not always have to be quantitative, it can also be qualitative. And it is always better to see qualitative data when tackling social issues. So we need to know why gun violence is happening in order to make effective policy decisions that make a difference. Are we experiencing heightened rates of childhood trauma, mental health struggles, substance abuse, and suicidality, especially after the pandemic? Let's put money into the access of mental health services with an emphasis on cognitive behavioral modalities like the HEART program. They need more funding to reduce response times. We need to make it easily accessible after people have come out of crisis to, seek services once they're stabilized. There are high exposures of lead in our public playgrounds and parks. Lead exposure directly correlates to increased rates of violence, homicide, and rape. Let's keep up the good work that's been started on that front and go further. Also, let's make sure that our parks are well lit, because we know that that also makes a difference in reducing violence. Are we dealing with domestic violence? Let's seriously consider red flag ordinances. The why is incredibly important. We are going to need a multifaceted approach here, but firearm access is the #1 reason for gun violence. It's as simple as that. We just have to really roll back everything that we're doing right now. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, council body. My name is Rafiq Zaidi. I'm the president of the Black Concerned Citizens and men and women with boots on the ground. I'm an 80-year-old black resident of this country. I done seen many funerals, many bodies, even one of my own babies, caught up in gunfire. But tonight I'm here in opposition to this proposal, sound thinking, Shotspotter. Too little, too late. Like the SCAD proposal, the consideration whether to bring back Shotspotter technology in the city, entering a new 3-year contract with the gunfire detection system. What happened to their custodies on January the 1st, 2023, at McDonald's, when we had men, women, and babies standing in front of Subway, gunshots went off in a crowd of people. Shot system failed. I want you to think about that. We got 75 sensors per square mile. A 3-year deal, 3-year square miles radius near downtown to detect gunshots and notify police. Expanded surveillance technology. Who are the stakeholders in this matter? The business, the developers, and the people coming into Durham. What they're trying to create is a field tactic. It's a field tactic. This company has made over $265 million since its insertion in 1976. Think about that. It's ran by a black man by the name of, I think his name is Ralph Clark, I believe it is. But the Bull City attracts many people. And what I'm saying tonight, that approximately in these 9 seconds, many cities disagree with this technology. Dayton, San Antonio, Charlotte, and all agree that the effectiveness has failed.
Thank you. Virginia, okay. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Virginia. I'm a Durham resident, and if we're going to go on ahead and call this back, I was in fact born at Durham Regional, so yeah. So ShotSpotter is a big tech intervention, and it's racially biased in its implementation. It's simply that, right? Wired published data leaked from ShotSpotter that showed the locations of the sensors placed in cities around the US, and it was very strange. These lined up so neatly with historically red-lined neighborhoods, with black and brown neighborhoods. It should not take a data leak to prove what we already suspected, which is that these are placed in majority black and brown neighborhoods, continuing an ugly racist legacy of over-surveillance and over-monitoring and state-sanctioned monitoring in these very same communities. Support of alternatives to ShotSpotter does not mean we want people to bleed out in the street. No one here wants that. It means we want an intervention that saves more than one life per $197,000. $197,000 for one life? We can do better than that. Come on, we're the city of medicine. Food,
Housing insecurity. These cause a significant increase of risk of early death by all causes, violence included. After-school sports programs are documented to reduce interpersonal violence and justice system involvement for youth. These are affordable, real measures we could implement. Moreover, implementing these kinds of solutions means that this money would go to our city instead of away from it. This money is being paid to a corporation that doesn't even reside here. They're not our people. The community-based solutions, like things like increasing children's sports programs, would actually direct money to individuals connected to community.
Thank you.
To people affording housing.
Thank you so much. After Nandi, I have Wilma Oliver, Seth Hurley.
Hello, I'm Nandi. I live in Durham, 27701. I'm here today to ask y'all to vote no on Shotspotter, like many past city councils have, rightfully so. The technology has had a significant low rate at identifying confirmed gunfire in Durham, so I have the deepest concern about this investment. Most of the gunshots in Durham come from cars, as someone mentioned earlier, and Shotspotter consistently fails at detecting these, like earlier this year in the Village in East Durham. Homicides are up even after the implementation of this tech. Participants of the Wilson Center that did the evaluation of Shotspotter, participants stated that the money could be better spent on other things. Let's listen to them. Many folks have asked for focus on prevention instead of shoddy surveillance technology. In 2020, 45% of female homicide deaths with known circumstances involve intimate partner violence. Let's instead focus on the recommendations about an office for survivor violence. We should focus on our survivors and limit access to those with a history of interpersonal violence. It's time to invest in other options, including programs for youth, including lighting in high crime areas, utilizing the recommendations that have come from the Community and Safety Wellness Task Force. Many of those things this council is yet to implement, but you have the opportunity to do so. You can work with DPS to implement wellness and restorative practices for youth, along with the adults that serve them. Charlotte decided to discontinue the contract, citing it a waste of money. Specifically, the system operated as designed. However, based on the experience with the system, CMPD feels like the return on investment was not high enough to justify a renewal. Please quit wasting our money. CMPD was unsuccessful in identifying and prosecuting the people who fired the shots, and other cities have seen that this tech has caused police to profile people that don't have guns that happen to be in these areas where supposed gunfire was found. Do not renew the Shotspotter contract and also raise worker wages to $25 an hour. Thank you.
Hello, council body. I'm going to be one of these folks that are like speaking as a proponent of it. And I've heard our neighbor speak so passionately, but to be fully transparent, I work for the city and I actually live in the area where this Shotspotter technology is. In one of the areas where it's installed. I also work prominently in East Durham. And when I think about this Shotspotter technology, I think about the fact that any technology is not 100% fail-proof. We know that. We also know that this was based upon it being placed in areas where there is high gun violence. Just this Saturday, I was asleep and woke up around 5 a.m. I heard shots fired, but it was far away, so I could not tell where it was. And I did not hear any signs of sirens until 5:45 a.m. I did not call 911 because I was like, I can't tell them where it is. So my hope is that for the law-abiding citizens that you look at it as, let's take this multi-pronged approach. We're not asking Shotspotter to be the spear that solves the problem. I'm saying let it be one of the tins of the fork to help address this gun violence and use this technology to get the help needed where it's needed. The final thing I want to say is that certain areas of Durham are becoming a war zone. You've got folks that do not want to come out of their house past a certain time of night for fear. And this should not be so, no matter what your zip code is. So I know it's not the solve all, and there are some great suggestions on how to reduce the violence, but let's at least look at a multi-pronged approach.
Thank you. Seth Hurley, followed by Brittany Pine. Okay, I'm going to ask you to pronounce when you come up. And some of you all's handwriting looked like mine and when it went bad in first grade. We got to do better here. My handwriting went bad in first grade and never came back. So this is last name Millette. Okay, I was talking junk and now you don't want to come up. I'm sorry. All right, okay, all right, yeah. So you're after Brittany. Seth, go ahead.
Hi, City Council. My name is Seth Hurley. I am a high school senior at the Durham School of the Arts, and I'm here as the co-chair of and representing the Young Democratic Socialists of America at Durham School of the Arts. I'm also here as the Durham branch representative of and representing the Triangle chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. $658,500. That is the amount being asked for. This seems like nothing compared to the amount we're already spending on policing, that number standing at around $70 million. But when you compare this amount to our other expenditures, you get a different picture. Durham spends around $6.5 million a year on the HART program. A 3 to 4% increase or expansion to the HART program would cost about what you're looking to spend on Shotspotter while being significantly more effective. The HART program provides a way for de-escalation in potentially dangerous situations. Shotspotter does not. The HART program helps everyone in Durham by providing a backstop in case you or a loved one has a mental health crisis. Shotspotter does not. The HART program saves lives. Shotspotter does not. You may say that is not so. How could it be, Councilmember Middleton? You say that you know people who are only alive today because of Shotspotter. But here's my question to you. Would preventing the shootings you talk about from happening in the first place not be a better way of going about things? See, Shotspotter is reactive. People have to get shot before Shotspotter does anything. The HART program helps prevent shootings by improving the mental health of the community. You don't need to get shot to get help from the HART program. By funding Shotspotter, you take money directly away from programs like the HART program. By funding Shotspotter, you allow for the expansion of government surveillance to levels never before seen in Durham. By funding Shotspotter, you fail to see how material inequalities fuel crime around the world, and especially here in Durham. You will never stop crime if you do not look to the source, and by funding Shotspotter, you show the people of Durham that you are blind to the problems of the people. If the options are the HART program or Shotspotter, I'd choose the HART program 10 times out of 10, and I hope you would do the same. Thank you for your time.
Sorry. Hey, I'm Brittany Price.
Okay, gotcha.
I live on Mangum Street, just a couple blocks north of a Shotspotter sensor. Y'all have heard from me many times during this years-long conversation. I've written to y'all and spoken here with data and personal anecdotes, imploring you to spend our budget on what actually saves lives. Tonight, I want to tell you a little more about what I've learned since losing a loved one to gun violence a couple years ago in a different city. My friend was killed in an outdoor shootout, and Shotspotter picked it up, dismissed it as not gunfire, and then changed it back upon police request after he died. I know this because when I miss him, I Google his name and look at his art or his obituary or hope somehow that this never happened and here's proof that he's not actually gone. And once while I Googled him, I came across a FOIA'd copy of his murder file. I read it. What I read there did not convert me into a Shotspotter proponent. In fact, it confirmed for me that preventive measures, rather than surveillance, rather than bringing more police into his neighborhood, rather than more arrests, would have saved his life. I work in public health and I have a lot of access to medical journals, so I also learned during this obsessive period of grief that initial response time to a gunshot wound isn't associated with mortality for people who've been shot. What matters most is the hospital bottleneck between the ED and the OR, which might seem like I'm splitting hairs, but I know a huge argument here has been that maybe one life saved in the 46-second gap between Shotspotter and a 911 call. This is magical thinking. I've emailed y'all references. I'm not a trauma surgeon, but I'm a data head and I'm a grieving person, and I do want desperately for everyone in Durham to live without experiencing this kind of grief. ShotSpotter does not protect us from it. The Wilson Center's evaluation data confirms that. Nearly 25 years of data confirms that. To protect ourselves and each other from this pain, we have to pour our precious money and time and energy into our community. Please vote no on ShotSpotter. We can do better. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Keisha Millette. I will be sure to write that more clearly next time. Mayor Williams, members of City Council, and all gathered this evening, thank you all for being here. I live in Durham in Ward 2 and just outside of East Durham. I'm here today after a very long day of work because I am deeply concerned that our City Council is considering throwing away more than $650,000 at ShotSpotter, a rather ill-fitted solution to our city's community safety challenges. I imagine many here have read the recent report published by the Duke Wilson Center, and when looking closely at the data, it appears that ShotSpotter, now sound thinking, just isn't meeting its own logic. More than 800 calls without evidence of gunshots at a cost of more than $400,000. Only 9% of ShotSpotter-only calls resulting in a confirmation of a hearing of gunshot, and then finding inconclusive any impact on gun violence. As you have heard tonight, ShotSpotter has promoted more violence against East Durham residents through policing of Black and brown bodies during times when no one called 911. Now, is that sound thinking? I would say that it is not. And my neighbors and I deserve better than this. So what really saves lives here in Durham? Unarmed crisis response from the HEART team, safe, affordable housing, and as you heard earlier this evening, ensuring smoke alarms in every home. Those actually save lives. Safe, adequate public transportation and sidewalks as well. Every day, I drive up Holloway Street and I see pedestrians, sometimes with wheelchairs or kids in tow, with no choice but to cross 4 lanes of traffic or walk in roads or with narrow patches of grass to the grocery store, the laundromat, and other places. I challenge our mayor and members of City Council to think about them. Think about our community, families, and youth. Say no to ShotSpotter. Thank you.
Anais Rodriguez Thompson. We were talking about the correct enunciation of your name, so please say it when you get up here for me. And the rest of the cards I have, Sam Hoffler is next, then Ann Dosen, or Duran, and Elijah Moff.
My name is Anais Rodriguez Thompson, and I'm a resident of Durham. And I'm here to speak against adopting ShotSpotter. First off, it's a faulty technology. Duke's evaluation of the ShotSpotter program showed that only 8% of total calls to the police were proven accurate. You might say, well, it's a free trial, might as well try it. What's the harm or cost? The cost here is the safety of Durham community members. Think about what it means to be afraid to exist in and move around your neighborhood, knowing at any moment the police could be called, and knowing that the police will arrive armed and ready to confront, prepared to escalate rather than de-escalate. Consider how that might impact your day-to-day life, how on guard you might be. As a parent, how nervous you'd feel when your kids leave the house. Think about the mental toll that might take. On top of the stress you already have from police presence in the neighborhood where excessive force, threat of arrest, and harassment is common. These are not the solutions that Durham is asking you for. Those living in East Durham where ShotSpotter would be installed, and especially Black community members who are most targeted by over-policing, deserve a say in what will keep them safe and secure, both emotionally and physically. Please listen to them. Rather than investing in ShotSpotter, invest in housing and youth services, the HEART program, and other programs that will address the material needs of the community and will actually keep them safe. Thank you.
Right, Mayor Max is here to speak out against ShotSpotter. I'm deeply troubled to have to be here tonight. I really wish that council would have rejected this outright in 2022. At that time, there was ample evidence of ShotSpotter's flaws, including concerns with its methodology, effectiveness, impact on communities of color, and relationship with law enforcement. As tempting as it may be to address a topic as fraught as gun violence with a technological solution, we must understand that an investment in Shotspotter is not an investment in community safety, human dignity, life, or vitality. Shotspotter drives interactions between residents and police and ultimately criminalizes poverty. What you do as a council matters, and I wrote this to you in an email, but I want it on the public record. Your actions are a reflection of your personal values as well as those of city government. When you see pain in our poorest neighborhoods, and your best offering is to send police there, you are also sending a message. And that message is to people who are suffering, and you say, you're not deserving of support and healing, only of punishment and surveillance. I am here tonight, and I have rearranged my family's schedule to be here. We're late for bedtime. And the reason why I'm here is to request that you don't fund Shotspotter, but also because Max has been part of these conversations with me. I've had conversations with him about policing and whether or not it makes sense to arrest or jail or isolate people when they're at their most vulnerable and most in need. And even he can understand that that doesn't make any sense. So please say no to Shotspotter and take the first step in letting people in vulnerable neighborhoods know that they matter and that you are committed to helping them heal and thrive. Thank you. I didn't know he was doing that.
Hi, my name is Annie Doran. I'm one of the Durham residents who also has really bad handwriting. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak, and also to thank all the people who have been so eloquent and well-researched. I'm so impressed. I'm here to speak in opposition to renewing the Shotspotter contract. Not only has this technology been proven statistically unreliable, it also brings police into often low-income and primarily black and brown neighborhoods, expecting to enter a violent situation, which sets up residents in these areas for the potential for unnecessary and even dangerous interactions with the police. Furthermore, income disparities are widening in Durham rapidly. Current residents of Durham need support more than ever, and at a time when we need investment in infrastructure that can actually better the lives of residents, the fact that we're considering giving this much money to a company like Shotspotter is honestly shocking. Please vote against this. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Elijah Moff. I'm a Durham resident as well, 27713, and thank you to everybody who's spoken. You've done a much better job than I'm going to do right now, but I did want to speak today as a former teacher, a former Durham Children's Initiative tutor, and a current special education attorney. And one of the biggest impacts of over-policing in black and brown neighborhoods is physical and mental disability for students, for people generally, for adults, for children. And the amount of resourcing that goes into Durham for addressing those issues for students, black and brown students with mental and physical disabilities, is absurdly poor. And to add on to that, by over-policing communities through using Shotspotter and through using an unproven technology that we've all heard tonight to increase the logical fallacy of reducing gun violence by introducing people that have guns into neighborhoods. That doesn't make any sense to me. And increasing the chance for physical and mental disabilities for our students, our children in Durham, especially black and brown children in Durham. I urge you to vote against this. And that's all I have to say about that.
Madam Clerk, do we have Lou Gent online? Lou Gent, can you hear me?
I can. Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. There have not always been two Durhams. My name is Lou Gent, and I'm a mixed Native resident of the stolen and occupied U.S. territory we call Durham, North Carolina. I have called these ancestral Shakori lands both home and the center of the universe for 20 years come July. I am humbly asking the council members and mayor to root with me into the history, reality, and hopes of Durham's indigenous black and brown communities and vote no to the use of the Shotspotter tech. Names like Shikori and Huare, which is a tribe whose ancestral lands we now call our zoo, grace our festivals and forests. These proper nouns are quote unquote forgotten otherwise by the larger culture because at the behest of guns, so many tribes found themselves removed or folded in with larger ones onto existing reservations. Guns were and are products of colonization. They are part of a white culture we are all amongst and, in some cases, surviving in spite of. Shotspotter is an ineffective technology. It does not improve police response to shootings and it does not save lives. Here in Durham, it reinforces the idea that there are two Durhams, one that must be policed and over-policed and one that must not. It would cost Durham residents, including those being targeted by this over-policing, $658,500 for 3 years. That's roughly what we were paying Mubenga. Is there an unwritten city government ordinance that everything ineffective and useless has to cost us, the people of Durham, over $200,000 a year? If not, may I suggest either investing that amount close to $750,000
Thank you for your
American dollars.
comments. Yeah, that's everything. All right, colleagues, we are now back before the council. Colleagues, we're back before the council at this time. Councilmember Cook. I'm just going to go around with the comments. We do not, you know we're not doing that, not in this administration. We are not going to go back and forth across the floor. And I made very clear, everyone must sign up before 7 p.m. I'm going to acknowledge my colleagues, and I'm the mayor now. I am the mayor now. And that is my rule. That is my rule. Okay? Colleagues. Okay, so I'm basically entertaining any comments before we call for a vote on this matter. And we have resource people here if there's anyone that have any questions for them. So I'm going to start down here, then I'm going to, the same way I normally do it, and then I'll call for a vote. And if you don't have any comments, you don't have to say anything.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for all the folks who showed up to speak. As usual, I am blown away with by your research and your ability to articulate the issues that you are seeing in Durham, and I appreciate you bringing that accountability to this room. As always, I hope you will stay for the remainder of this meeting. I hope you will keep coming back. We really value your comments, and it just warms my heart because this is my favorite thing about Durham, is this real intentionality and engagement. So I missed the work session, but I did rewatch everything and have read the studies. And like many of you have stated, I'm going to go first through the data, and I similarly found it not compelling. The first thing that I found in the data that was really problematic to me was how many unconfirmed shots were picked up by Shotspotter. This is just a small pilot area, and I do want to say that unconfirmed means that no evidence of a shooting or no criminal incident was filed. That is the definition that's given by the study. Someone else has already raised this, but I want to highlight it again. Out of 825 Shotspotter-only calls, 752 of them are unconfirmed. That is 91%. Out of all of the calls that were unconfirmed, ShotSpotter only calls made up 65%. I don't find that to be acceptable. In incidents that resulted in a gunshot wound, ShotSpotter also performed really poorly. Only two confirmed shots with wounds were ShotSpotter only calls. The remaining 96% had accompanying 911 calls, including the one incident where there is theoretically life-saving aid was administered. Response times certainly decreased. We saw that in the study, and they should have, because those calls had direct locations and they went directly to dispatch. However, there was no evidence that the quicker response times had any effect on evidence gathering. There were not additional reports filed. And also, I want to say that response times are a serious thing that I think that everyone is aware that we are working on. And we heard from our police chief on the work session about some awesome movements that they are making to engage their recruits. And we are entertaining salary increases, as you've probably seen in our budget meetings. So we are looking at response times as well. Now I want to move into community. Somebody earlier stated that qualitative data is equally as important as quantitative. There was a focus group done, and though it was not a representative sample, the volunteers who participated in it expressed that they felt like the community was not engaged in the decision-making process before the City Council. And so I want to just speak to my colleagues tonight to say that we have the opportunity to engage our community here today. Participants in the study also identified the root causes of gun violence, and they were focused on prevention and not reaction. And again, we know that this study was volunteer-driven, so it wasn't necessarily representative, but we have done representative community engagement on numerous occasions, and we have heard the same sentiment from you, the Durham community, in every single community engagement meeting that we have had, which is that we are here looking for prevention, not reactive responses, and what prevention looks like is holistic. It is mental health services, it is workforce development, it is programming for youth, it is housing, it is art, it is an investment in the community. My colleagues have said that one potential life saved is enough to justify the installment of this program, but I think that that misses the point completely. ShotSpotter, even if it worked as intended, which as the data is in front of us today does not even seem to do that, it does not do the one thing that community is calling on us to do, which is life-saving requests of prevention, housing, job creation, mental health services. The identification, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. The identification of the problems and the solutions to those problems exist within the communities that are affected by those problems. This is not the right technology for Durham. I will not be supporting it tonight. Thank you so much for coming with your problem identification, with your solutions, and I hope to get to work on some of the ones that you've suggested. Thank you.
Member Baker.
Thank you. I will be voting against the ShotSpotter contract this evening. Gun violence is one of the leading causes of death. It has devastating impacts on our communities, along with traffic violence and traffic incidents. These are the two leading causes of death in the United States, the two leading causes of death in our city. And we need a transformation of policymaking at the federal level. We need a transformation of policymaking at the state level. And until we achieve that, we are treating downstream pollution from upstream polluters. We have to react. We are given so few resources and so little to work with at the local level that the federal government has at their disposal. So the work that they do is intended to benefit the arms manufacturers. They're intended to benefit those who are already wealthy. And the reality is that we have to deal with the consequences of that bad policymaking. So it is understandable that we might pursue and have an all-hands-on-deck approach to trying to figure out what are the different ways that we can address gun violence at the local level. Philosophically, I don't necessarily oppose technology and information gathering technology that would identify the discharge of firearms. I think that could potentially be useful technology, particularly if it is focused on violent crime and not on small minor offenses, small low-level drugs, et cetera. I also think that this represents a pretty small amount of money when we actually look at the contract amount. When we look at the community sentiment evaluation, participants in the community sentiment evaluation noted that they were expecting negative impacts on police activity. They didn't actually find there to be negative impacts on police activity. Reducing median emergency response time is in theory a good idea, and there was some indication from the reports that there was some reduction in emergency response time, as was noted by Councilmember Cook. And I also want to acknowledge that this contract and this technology has received a disproportionate amount of scrutiny and evaluation compared to many other things that we dedicate resources to. And those are all the positive things that I can say at this point about the Shotspotter technology. The fact is, I cannot unsee the reports that were provided, the work that was conducted by the Wilson Center, the qualitative analysis and the quantitative analysis. So whether we, and I think another thing to note here is, if we did conduct this level of analysis on all of our different technologies and all of our different programs, we would probably, that would probably allow us to scrutinize them better, and we would probably see reallocation of resources in different ways here at the local level. So I cannot unsee the reports that were provided to us. I cannot unsee the fact that only 9% of ShotSpotter-only alerts had confirmed shootings. In many ways, ShotSpotter is a tool that is in search of goals, and those goals are moving targets. Does it save lives? Potentially one life, according to the report. Potentially one life, and of course, we can't dismiss that. And thank God, if it is the case that ShotSpotter did save that life, thank God, police were called and that life was able to be saved. However, as has been noted this evening, as was noted by Councilmember Cook, there are many more ways, and we can save lives in many more efficient ways. Is the goal to reduce response times? Because if so, then we can anticipate response time reductions once. Excuse me. One of the findings of the reports is just how incredibly efficient and effective 911 is. 911 calls were placed 50 out of 52 times where there was a gunshot wound, which far exceeds ShotSpotter's effectiveness. Right now, we have 77% of staffing at 911, and that shows just how important 911 is and how much we need to support the Emergency Communications Center. Furthermore, the evaluation noted that, quote, "We find no evidence that quicker police response enabled by ShotSpotter increased the productivity of shooting investigations with respect to the likelihood of making an arrest, interviewing witnesses, or gathering evidence." Do people within the pilot area want ShotSpotter? That's not conclusive scientifically. There's been no simple random sample. There may be anecdotes from conversations one way or another. I've had conversations with folks in the affected area on both sides of this. Overwhelmingly, the participants in the community sentiment analysis, the qualitative report, either didn't care about whether the city had ShotSpotter or didn't want it. I think it was 8 to 2. But again, that's not a simple random sample. So we know that the community is split in some ways. Does ShotSpotter help with investigations? According to the report, quote, "ShotSpotter reports for which there was no 911 call had a low yield with respect to finding victims, witnesses, or other evidence at the scene." The report noted that a potential impact of ShotSpotter, coming back to 911, its importance, could have though there was no evidence that it occurred over this one-year trial period in this 3 square mile area, is potentially to dampen residents' motivation to dial 911, which would have devastating impacts, given that out of those 52 gunshot wounds incidents, 50 of them were called in by 911. After we voted against Shotspotter 3 months ago, the Fraternal Order of the Police issued a letter in support of Shotspotter. However, I've even spoken with rank and file police officers that question the value of Shotspotter. In fact, asked that we not vote for Shotspotter. So that just indicates to me that there is even disagreement among rank and file police officers and law enforcement on this technology. It is I will say one more thing on this. I think it's a detriment that we would even consider this, recognizing that it would reinforce a positive feedback loop of an industrial complex, a private, profit-motivated company that is lobbying for itself, that is placing blown-up pictures of my colleagues and fellow council members on social media and demanding that folks call them up and lobby. So public resources going to a private, profit-motivated company that uses those public resources to lobby for itself is not something that I can get on board with. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so, this issue's been around for a while. Certainly was an issue during the campaign, and during the campaign, I said at the time, I will reserve judgment on Shotspotter until the full evaluation comes in, and so the evaluation is now in. So I give great thanks to the folks at the Wilson Center for Science and Justice at Duke for a great evaluation. I have a couple comments, and I'll keep them pretty brief. The first thing is, in my reading, again, appreciations to Duke for the evaluation, but I find the results very inconclusive. On the one hand, clearly there's some outputs that came out of this, right? So a doubling of gunshot notifications and improving response times. That's a clear output, right? At the same time, based on the results of the regression analysis that was done to compare performance in that 3 square mile area the year before and then the year during Shotspotter implementation, the analysis concludes no indication that the pilot intervention increased the productivity of investigations of incidents with 911 gunfire calls. That means no measurable impact on arrests, no measurable impact on gathering evidence, and no measurable impact on interviewing witnesses. Further, did Shotspotter reduce gun violence? The report concludes it's not possible to reach a conclusion. So second, then I'm kind of confused about the goal of Shotspotter, right? When this first came up, the idea was we're going to reduce violence, right? We're going to reduce gun violence in Durham, reduce crime. We've heard lately that the case really is that it's going to save lives, right? I'm all about saving lives, and I am grateful for the police officers who responded, and the one case that we read about in the report that seems to indicate police came sooner than they would have and potentially saved a life. Although, again, the report says, says that the conclusion is speculation and cannot be confirmed, but it appears one life was saved, and my colleague said, we thank God that life was saved. So if the goal is really saving lives, then there's a whole nother solution set we could be thinking about how to save lives in Durham. We heard many here today in the comments from folks online and in the room. I will say, I'll throw out one myself. I was just at a meeting last week of the Metropolitan Planning Organization, of which Durham is a part. There are a number of corridors in the MPO that are considered dangerous corridors. The most dangerous corridor in Durham, Chapel Hill, and Carborough is the one-way pair at Duke and Gregson, right? So in the last 3 years studied, there are 167 fatal or other car crashes on Duke and Gregson, right? That was 3 fatalities, 4 disabling events, as well as other crashes that cause massive injuries, right? So if we're talking about safety and saving lives, that's another way we can think about saving lives. So I just want to put that out there. The last thing I'll say is I'm really struck by my colleague, by a comment my colleague, Councilmember Baker, mentioned at the budget retreat last Friday, that we receive a ton of input from our community. We do a great job of that. We've had a community survey of residents. We received just last Friday the report of the community budget conversations. The Duke Engage program did engagement for the comprehensive plan. So we do a lot of community engagement here. And what we consistently hear are the same themes. People want affordable housing. They want public transportation, especially bikeways, safe bus shelters, and they want sidewalks. And they want to see investments in social needs as a way to address public safety. And so when I take this all into account, the public feedback, the conversations here, emails, certainly as my colleagues have mentioned, the community sentiment evaluation, when I take that all into account, what I hear is the community lacks confidence and trust in ShotSpotter as a way to do community safety and public safety in Durham. And so with that lack of confidence and trust in the community, and with a report that I find very inconclusive, I will not be supporting the extension of the ShotSpotter contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here tonight, and for my colleagues for their incredibly thoughtful comments and input. I want to associate myself with a number of things that my colleagues have said. All of them, I think, have touched on really important aspects of this discussion. I want to take a little different route and just try and recenter what's at the middle of this conversation. I appreciate the great work that our friends at the Wilson Center did at Duke. But Duke is not the center of this conversation. And I want to, it's interesting the energy and the deference that we're giving to Duke in this debate. And I'm wondering, will this energy persist when we have future issues come before us? Duke, the Wilson Center is a component of the conversation, but there are some other data points. There are data points from our law enforcement professionals who work for us, past mayors, our sheriff, and people that live in these communities. And we've heard from some of them tonight. I want to firstly, and you know, facts matter, and I want to talk about some of the things that we've said, but I want to bring it back to Durham, because it's very difficult to respond to nationalized aggregate comments about policing, taking the worst of Ferguson, taking the worst of the Rampart Division, LAPD in the 80s, taking the worst of the NYPD, taking the worst of Boston in the 70s, creating a composite of policing, and then asking us to govern in Durham as if that's our police department. It's not. I'm a local guy. I'm not running for Congress. I'm not seeking any higher office. So the data points that inform my decisions are Durham data points. And I think that's important, and I want to be forthright about that. The first thing I think that needs to be addressed is that, and I think Councilmember Ritz, you gave voice to this, no one ever said, when I brought up ShotSpotter back in 2015, 2016, I wasn't even in office at the time, no one ever said that ShotSpotter was going to reduce gun violence. No one said that. That argument was created and then refuted as part of the discussion. What was said is that we could reduce response time. What was said is that getting to gunfire faster is important. What was said that knowing precisely where gunfire comes in our streets is not a threat to our democracy. What was said that it could potentially save lives, as it has done multiple times in Wilmington and other cities in this state. Now, and respectfully, I don't know how much a life is worth, or if it were your family member, if $197,000 is too much, or I don't know what that price is, but my suspicion is that if we spoke to the family of that person in Durham whose life was potentially saved, their price tag would probably be a lot higher than some of the ones I've heard bandied about in this chamber. Just my suspicion. And I think a good litmus test is, how much is somebody sitting across from your table worth? So I just want to be very clear that nobody said that it would reduce gun violence. This is not true. It's a straw argument. I think that the Wilson report, and I'm grateful for the work that they've done, has enough in it where if you were against ShotSpotter, there are things in there that are going to crystallize your position. And if you were for ShotSpotter, there are things in there that's going to crystallize your position. Many things inconclusive, but what's not inclusive is what we've heard from our own professionals. I want to center another academic institution. With all due respect to Duke, I'd like to center another prominent academic institution in this conversation. I want to center North Carolina Central University, a bastion of scholarship as well, just as much as Duke, who's actually in the neighborhood where ShotSpotter centers are deployed. North Carolina Central University asked us to do this as an institution because they're in the neighborhood. They have just as many scholars as Duke. They are keenly aware of the abuse and neglect that has plagued the black community, black and brown community, over the centuries in the school. Some of the best scholarship on that has come from North Carolina Central University. Those scholars at NCCU who are actually in the neighborhood looked at this technology and looked at it and said, let's try it. My suspicion is that if there were over-policing going on, or if it would do harm, or even after a year of seeing it, if it would do harm, nobody would beat North Carolina Central University to the punch in calling for dismissing this technology. So I want to center NCCU as opposed to Duke, with all due respect to Duke. I want to center our police chief, who's been very sober and straightforward and professional, so much so that other cities are looking at Durham to see how Durham deployed this technology, this imperfect technology, but deployed this technology and put around it systems and structures that even other cities said, wow, that's a great idea. I want to center the police chief who said it's been a useful tool. I want to center our sheriff who said it's a useful tool. All black folk, by the way, a useful tool. But beyond that, I want to center the black and brown people who actually live in these neighborhoods who I've spoken to. And some of you have been here, and you want to talk about inconclusive. I want to center them. And I'm very appreciative of the diverse array of folk who have explained to us the needs of black and brown people, and I'm appreciative of it, I am. But I want to center the black and brown folk who I spoke to who starting back in 2015, 2016 said, I don't even call the police anymore because I know folk don't care. I train my kids to jump in the bathtub when they hear gunfire. I train my kids to jump off of bikes and get behind garbage cans and duck and cover like soldiers where they hear gunfire. Can we try anything? And what really got me last year, someone said, we see y'all. We see you, and you want to talk about money and where money goes. We see you spend money on pickleball, and we see you spend money on protected bike lanes. By the way, everything I support all those and voted for all of that. Lots of money on those things. You can't spend money to try this in our neighborhood. You can't spend money to try this in our neighborhood. So they see what our priorities are. I also want to speak to this comparison of the HEART program to ShotSpotter, as if there's tension between the two. Everybody I know who supports ShotSpotter, nobody who supports ShotSpotter is against the HEART program. No one. I have encountered, however, folk who are for the HEART program who are against ShotSpotter. And they're two totally different lanes. No one is recommending when shots fired comes in or we have an active shooter, no one is saying send clinical social workers to those incidents. There's no comparison in mission. Of course we support the HEART program because the government should have the tools to respond to every type of situation. And I'm glad to hear this concern and desire for root cause initiatives. Let's get at it. When I first talked about ShotSpotter, it was the fourth or fifth thing on my list. The first thing I talked about was guaranteed income. Done. Talked about the Marshall Plan. Done. Talked about expanding violence interruption. ShotSpotter is just that shiny thing that got all of the attention. But when we were talking about guaranteed income and these other initiatives, this room wasn't this filled. When we were talking about the Marshall Plan for the black community that we're so aware of, so concerned about, this room wasn't filled. So I'm all for the root cause initiatives. We can do ShotSpotter, we can do the HEART program, we can do pickleball, we can do protected bike lanes, we can fix potholes, and we can bolster up our 911 center. So those are the folk who I'm centering. in this conversation. Central, people who live there, our police chief, former mayor, our sheriff as well, and I'm very grateful. And I will say this finally. Shotspotter is not a surveillance tool. It does not surveil. That is an incorrect usage of the term. They are passive sensors that are awakened by an acoustic threshold event. You know what is a surveillance tool? Video cameras. As a matter of fact, the universal symbol for surveillance is a video camera. We put video cameras in every public housing complex in this city, and nobody said anything. So we put a tool of surveillance, and you know what it enables us to do? We get high-resolution videos of you getting victimized so they can go viral the next day. So we'll spend money on surveillance to get pictures of you getting victimized, but we won't spend money on technology to send help in real time. And if you're against surveillance, if you have a problem with surveillance, why do we put video cameras in our public housing complexes? Where was the outcry for that? And what do? They're on 24, this is surveillance, they're on 24/7, and they just watch people. They don't send help, they don't activate ambulances, they just watch. And the next day and the next day, we have videos. And when they don't, and when people need help, well, whatever. So I want to honor all of you who came out tonight, and I want to honor all of you who spoke passionately. I believe, this is Durham. We're not going to have SWAT teams roaming through our neighborhoods and throwing people up against buildings, and we're not going to do stop and frisk in Durham. We're not going to do that in Durham. And I appreciate and I honor those of you that have come out. But I trust our police chief. I trust our sheriff. I trust North Carolina Central. I trust the people I've spoken to. And I make you this promise. If I thought ShotSpotter, and I know my colleagues up here are as well, if we thought that ShotSpotter, and in this past year, the horror stories that we heard that there was going to be over-policing didn't happen. What did happen is that our response time went up, and I'm sorry that it was just one life. It was just 1 year. Who knows what will happen if it were on for years now. I think one life is worth it, and I trust those professionals, and I trust Duke, but I also trust North Carolina Central University. I'll be supporting the extension. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Hold on real quick. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I think it's pretty known how I feel about ShotSpotter in this community. I have sat up here as long as Mayor Pro Tem, and this has been a long, quite frankly, protracted battle. I do want to reframe some things that came up this evening. Obviously, I'm a no. I've been a no since the get. And I think that what is true and fair between what everyone has said, and I've agreed with what many of my colleagues have said, is that the data at this point is inconclusive. You can draw what you want from the Wilson Center study. Potentially a life saved, better response times. Those are all positives. But ultimately, it's about resources and how we allocate them. And as we were very clearly reminded by our wonderful city manager at our first budget retreat, we don't have a money tree. We don't print money. We are not responsible for that. And so we have to, as fiduciaries of the city, take the responsibility of how we're using our collected dollars and be good stewards of those money. And so ultimately, that's why I don't support ShotSpotter, because it, to me, is a slippery slope. We did it in this part of the city. We all know that there's gunfire all over the city. I live in Duke Park, and I regularly hear gunfire. I think many of us live in neighborhoods where we regularly hear gunfire. And so then it becomes what it's happened in other communities. And we have data that shows that. It starts somewhere small, and then it does spread, mostly to Black and brown and low-income communities. And there is a cost to that. This is not a free program. And so that is what my concern is. that next year there's going to be another ask for more money for another neighborhood, and when you make a decision about that, then you're making a decision to not fund something else. It is about the money for me. It will always be about the money for me. And at the end of the day, our public safety is the largest part of the pie. It's already getting a ton of money, and I think that we should pay our police officers well. I do not want folks who are charged with public safety who carry guns not to be paid well. It is, in my opinion, a public safety hazard. But that means that we have to also fund other things, and we have a constrained budget model. We have to pass a balanced budget by June 30th of every year. So every year we have to make decisions, and this is not a decision that I think is worth paying for. And I do want to just say, because I looked it up, I was on council when this was initially proposed, and it was initially proposed by the mayor pro tem who brought the Shotspotter vendor, and then city staff came to us in January of 2019. I had to go back through all of my work sessions to find this, because I remembered when it was initially presented to us, something different. And so I feel like the goalpost has actually been moved. So I want to read what was shared in that proposal to council at the beginning of 2019. This was the proposal that was shared. These are the words that were stated. This was a core belief of the Shotspotter company, now Sound Thinking. Our core belief, our inspiration comes from our principal founder, Dr. Bob Showen's core belief that technology in its highest and best use should be harnessed for social good. The collective passion of our employees, investors, and partners is based on providing a compelling solution and consulting expertise focused on helping reduce gun violence and creating safety, more vibrant communities coping with the epidemic of gun violence. We are committed to developing comprehensive, respectful, and intimate partnerships with agencies and the respective cities organized around making positive difference. Today, Shotspotter is highly regarded as a critical component of a comprehensive gun violence reduction strategy. So I do not think to come now, and I agree, we did get better response rates. I will not argue that. I will not argue the data. But to change the argument around your tool so that you can sell it better is dishonest and not fact-based, and I'm not going to do it. And so I will be voting no, which is what I've done consistently. I said no in 2019. I said no when it came up for 2022 for a vote, and I'll be voting no this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for your commentary. I'll keep this rather short if I can. Actually, we still have resource people here, so Chief, are you still here? Yeah, there you go. Could you come up for a second? Sorry to make you limp up. And I don't know if you need your team here. I think Councilmember Caballero makes a really good point around, the company says that they're going to reduce gun violence. If I was on council then, I probably would have said, I don't know if that's what it really will do. Because that's not, at least that's not how my understanding was of it. I've been pretty consistent in saying that I think about it this way. And, and one thing I love about Durham is we can be respectful and agree, and we can be respectful and disagree. But that's one thing I love about Durham. So I'm going to be very frank about this. We are 100 and something officers short, about 120, I believe, right?
Correct.
Just from my personal assessment, it's really hard to want to work in an environment when it feels really unwelcoming. And, so I heard everything that was said tonight in here, but none of us are police officers. We're not the practitioners. And it's easy to really go online, and it's easy to, look at this inconclusive report, which I'll talk about in just a minute. But, one thing I used to really hate about school boards is when I was a teacher was they were always people on the school board, many of them who are not teachers, and they were actually creating the policy. So I hated that as a teacher. So the best way now as an elected official, for me, the best way to do it is to rely on practitioners. And one thing that's really selling me is with being 120 officers short, is this a tool that allows you all as a department to at least contribute to you being a bit more efficient or supporting your response time?
So I'll answer that by saying any amount of time reduction is a positive thing. As far as the resources, so Shotspotter is a tool. It's no different than the tools we've been using since we haven't had Shotspotter active, right? And it's just one more tool in our just whole repertoire of investigative resources and tools that we have at our disposal.
Thank you. And this may be a question for the manager. So this is costing over the next 3 years about $600 and something thousand, 200 and maybe 15,000 each year. Is this additional money that we have to add into the budget, or is it already there? And if it's wherever it is, like what happens if we don't, consider we're not going to pass this tonight, what happens with that money and where is it sitting?
So, Mr. Mayor, the response to that is the budget is adopted annually. So whenever there's a multi-year contract that comes before the council, it is the city's, intention to renew those contracts for future budget years, but it is not binding. So anytime that we pay for anything we have to pay for, it is included or includable in the current budget year that we're in. So you see a 3-year contract, if we were to be executing that contract, there will be funding in this year's budget to cover the monthly costs, and then future budgets would have to be adopted to cover future costs. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to get those clarifying questions out of the way. As a former educator, I hear a lot, and thank you, Chief, I think that's all I have.
Thank you.
I hear a lot of, we could use the $200 and something thousand a year to fund after-school programs. Yeah, we can, but after-school programs cost a lot more than that, and I know that because I used to design them. I wrote the curriculum for them. I assessed them. That was my profession. I was a practitioner in that. That's what I have a master's degree in. And with all due respect to my colleagues, of course, and this is not necessarily coming authored from my colleagues, but it's coming because we actually listen to the community and we bring ideas in. But we're looking at investing millions into an Office of Survival Care. And I think that is something that's really important, and I look forward to supporting it, but there are entities out there that are already working on it that I want to really work on enhancing the institutions that are already doing it so that we don't have to tax $3 million here locally. So that's finding creative ways to try it all rather than an either or, it's a both and. I think, but what I find really problematic is there are similar practices, even from the ceasefire resolution to tonight on Shotspotter, even some of the same faces, and that's fine, we can do that. But what I bring to the table is my own actual engagement with community members who don't know how to organize, and there are real stories out there. I mean, what you all are saying tonight in the room, what you all are saying online, those are real stories too, but the folks that I'm talking to are actual, they're actual participants in this stuff. They're not talking about what it could be. They're not reading these things in a book. They're living it day to day. You know, and one of the questions as I was listening, I was like, well, what police department are they talking about? You know, and if you find any Durham police officer that's roughing somebody up because they responded to a ShotSpotter call, please let me know directly. And shoot me an email. Trust me, I'll respond. You know, because I think we have a model department. You know, but it's really hard to want to work in an environment where you're taking on the actual you're taking on the blame of what's happening across the country. You know, it's just really hard. You know, so and I want to address also the lobbying our colleagues. You know, people do that all the time. They call your senator, call your representative. I don't like doing that in Durham. So I literally called the CEO of ShotSpotter myself, and I said, you have my colleagues posted online. I need you to take that down right now. And they did. They did. So even in this matter, Councilmember Rist and I are coming down on different, because I will support it, are coming down on different sides of it, but my job is to protect the dignity of this council, and you're not going to mess with my colleagues. So I don't mind telling anybody what they need to hear, but I do want to be realistic and practical about this, and I think that we can respectfully disagree on it. So I'll close with this. For the resident survey, the #1 response was more police protection. And we talk about over-policing Black and brown neighborhoods. So, hello, I'm a Black guy. Some people need to fall back. And that's just a fact. We can love and support one another, but we have to be very careful about speaking over and speaking for people. And if the #1 resident survey, which was overwhelming, was more police protection, then we have to ask ourselves, why are we, I actually heard people myself say, listen, you guys are taking police away from our neighborhoods. We're not taking them away, we're just short. So I just ask everyone to have a little compassion when we're organizing and when we're coming up with talking points, when we're sending the bot emails, just please, just have a little compassion and make sure that we're being really reflective of who we're speaking about. You know? So that's what I ask of us as the Durham community. And of course, you're going to get a lot of, police response to gunfire in these neighborhoods if the gunshots are happening from those neighborhoods. And that's just a fact. There were many times where I grew up in a rough neighborhood and we had a lot of gunshots, and I was one of the first to call 911. It's just cause and effect. And I hope that we can take a holistic approach with using this, using other methods, just like we are with HEART. That was an idea at one point, and I'm glad that we're using it. I'm glad that we're going to expand it. I hope that we can have residents responding soon to car accidents rather than armed officers. My point is, I think that we can be much more holistic and much more progressive in our public safety apparatus rather than just an either or. So I'll be supporting it, and I'll go ahead and, I'll call for the vote. I'll entertain a motion. I need to read it. All right, item number 17, to authorize the city manager to execute a 3-year contract with Sound Thinking Incorporated to continue using the ShotSpotter gunshot detection, location, and forensic analysis service in the total amount of $658,500.
So moved.
Second. Madam Clerk, can you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion fails 4-2 with Mayor Williams and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton voting no. Voting yes. Got it reversed.
Thank you very much. And we're going to get ready to take a break, but I just, this, again, a very contentious topic, but I just want to thank everybody for still continuously coming out. I really appreciate you guys, and keep coming out because there are a lot of things on the agenda. I don't want you to get disengaged. I just want us to be able to have rich debate and rich discussion. Thank you all. Let's take a break. Let's come back at 9:12.
I came to the city to develop leadership and supervisory skills. I stayed because of the city's culture and dedication to serving residents. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
I came to the city for the great insurance and retirement benefits, but I stayed for stability and vacation time. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
Vine a la ciudad en busca de un nuevo reto para mi carrera. Me quedé por las oportunidades de crecimiento, el balance entre la vida laboral y el personal y el impacto de mi trabajo en la comunidad. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers. I came to the city looking for a new challenge in my career. I stayed for the growth opportunities, work-life balance, and impact my work has on the community. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
Vine a la ciudad de Durham para mejorar las condiciones de vida de los residentes. Me quedé porque me apoyan a avanzar en mi carrera. La ciudad de Durham, donde las carreras se encuentran con la comunidad. Para conectarse con una carrera que sirve a la ciudad del Toro, visite durhamnc.gov/careers. I came to the City of Durham to improve living conditions for residents, and I stayed because I'm encouraged to advance my career. The City of Durham, where careers meet community. To connect with a career that serves the Bull City, visit durhamnc.gov/careers.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/language access.
Owning a home provides a sense of financial stability, family, community, and pride. But housing prices are now higher than ever, making it hard for many Durham residents to afford their first home. That's why the City of Durham is offering the Down Payment Assistance Program to support eligible individuals with up to $80,000 in 0% interest forgivable loans to purchase a house within the city limits. Visit this site or call to find out if you qualify for the program.
Everyone in Durham should be able to find a home they can afford. That's why Forever Home Durham is creating affordable, livable, and inclusive communities for low to middle income residents. From renting to owning, find out how the city is helping more people find homes right here in Durham. Learn more at foreverhomedurham.com.
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your cart should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your cart should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your cart should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
All right, if we can have everyone go ahead and grab your seat. One, two, three, four. Councilmember Cook. All right, thank you all so much. We are going to continue on with tonight's agenda. What am I on next? 25, right? All of these. All right, the next item on the agenda is Consolidation, Annexation, Olive Branch Reserve North. And we will receive the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, honorable council members, Mandy Leister of the Planning Department. And it's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. Before I begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. A request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Tim Sivers for 10 parcels of land totaling 87.724 acres and located along Olive Branch Road. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the primary corporate limits to allow up to 280 townhouse and duplex residential dwelling units. The current zoning is residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Planned Development Residential 3.700 through a textual development plan. The applicant has since committed to protecting streams on site and confirmed the developable acres of the site as 48.079 acres. Now, the properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood and recreation and open space on the place type map. The proposed PDR 3.700 zoning is consistent with the designation shown on the place type map. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you. You've heard the staff report. I'll now declare this public hearing open. But first, are there any questions from council to staff? Councilmember Cook.
This is just a quick one and might be just my lack of experience, but when we calculate school capacity, are you looking at students who are actually attending those schools, or does it include developments in the area that are set to be built, housing under construction, that sort of thing?
No, that's a static number from DPS.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sounds good. If there are no more questions, we'll now hear from our applicant. How much time do you think you need?
We will try to move quickly due to the hour, but if we could have 10 minutes just to be safe, and hopefully we won't need all of that time.
All right, I have a lot of cards here as well, so I would say 15 minutes. All right, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council. My name is Marie Farmer with Parker Poe, here on behalf of the applicant Mill Creek Residential. I'm accompanied tonight by Tim Sivers, our landscape architect, and the president and CEO of CUNITY. Tim will be available tonight to answer any technical questions you may have about the project. The property that we are discussing tonight consists of 10 parcels along Olive Branch Road. The property totals approximately 88 acres, but the actual developable area is around 48 acres. This means that approximately 40 acres, or around 45% of the site, will not be developed. The current zoning on the site is residential rural, which would allow 129 single-family homes if developed by right. To be clear, Mill Creek is not interested in developing the site by right. We only point this out for the assessment of the consistency of the proposed zoning versus the existing zoning with the comprehensive plan. And we hope that by the end of this evening, you will see that the proposed zoning is substantially more consistent with the comprehensive plan than the existing zoning. The zoning we are requesting tonight is PDR 3.7, which will allow for the development of a mixed residential neighborhood with up to 280 townhomes and duplexes. As you can see, this request is consistent with the zoning adjacent to and within the immediate vicinity of the site. As mentioned earlier, Mill Creek is in the process of developing a community to the south of the site, which was rezoned and annexed in 2020. That project provided $35,000 to the Durham Dedicated Housing Fund and also provided a greenway easement along Martin Branch Creek and limited uses in the wildlife corridor. Consistent with Policy 165 of the Comprehensive Plan, this site is surrounded by city limits to the north, south, and west, and approval of the annexation will substantially reduce the existing enclave created by current boundaries. Annexation of this site will also allow for the efficient and effective provision of public services, as the site is already surrounded by utilities. The designation for this site is mostly mixed residential neighborhood in the place type map. Our proposed project meets the plan for the mixed residential neighborhood designation because it will provide new homes on previously undeveloped land and is designed to add a diversity of housing types at different price points and densities. In this case, we are providing 2 housing types consistent with Policy 175 of the Comprehensive Plan. We are also consistent with this designation by protecting the most environmentally sensitive features on site, by clustering the buildings on the least sensitive portions of the site to protect and preserve the streams and trees. We are also consistent with the recreation and open space designation because of the wildlife corridor, greenway trail easement, and open space provided, as well as our commitment that stormwater control measures and recreational open space will not be located within the stream buffer. Because of some comments that we received from the Planning Commission, and given the fact that the place type is still fairly new, we did want to clarify and explain that the mixed residential neighborhood place type is distinct from the mixed use neighborhood place type. As you can see on this map, this site and all of the surrounding sites are illustrated in burnt orange, which reflects that mixed residential neighborhood designation. And the only parcels in the vicinity that are designated that mixed-use neighborhood are those illustrated in purple. So that mixed-use neighborhood that is in purple contemplates the large, high-density developments with a mix of residential and non-residential uses. As you can see, those purple areas are clustered on roads that could better handle that higher density needed to support those potential non-residential uses than Olive Branch Road. As explained earlier, the mixed residential neighborhood calls for primarily residential with varying densities supported by other uses in the surrounding area, which makes sense for the site and for Olive Branch Road. This application was submitted with a textual development plan, which includes a number of text commitments. I'll try to go through these quickly. Again, a max of 280 townhomes and duplexes. A minimum of 20% of each of those types of units will be provided. Each unit will have its own designated driveway. There will be a minimum 30% of the townhouse units that will be limited to having a one-car garage. We have a variation in appearance commitment so that no townhouse or duplex building can be constructed with a facade that is identical to the building on either side of it. Again, we have a greenway trail easement that provides for a 100-foot greenway along Martin Branch Creek. We are also providing the 300-foot wildlife corridor that will run along both sides of Martin Branch Creek. We have an active open space commitment. We have a number of transportation commitments that were made based on the traffic impact analysis that was conducted for this site. I've listed a few of these on the slide, including the 10-foot shared path for the full frontage of the site along Olive Branch Road. As shown right now on our development plan, we have a commitment for 3% of our units to be income restricted units at 80% AMI for 10 years. Those units will contain 2 or more bedrooms, and they will be indistinguishable from the market rate units. And so this would provide high quality rental units with a driveway and a garage to 8 families here in Durham. Because we submitted a textual development plan, we did want to provide illustrations that show exactly where that greenway trail easement where it would generally be located. Again, we are providing that 100-foot easement. As you can see, the green line on the image to the right shows that it generally follows Martin Branch Creek there. And then you will also see the wildlife corridor is illustrated with the yellow dashed lines. And so that generally follows Martin Branch Creek, again, 300 feet on either side of Martin Branch Creek. And as you can see, this image also illustrates the 100-foot stream buffers that will be provided and shows the general development areas for the site. Again, around 48 acres that will actually be developed. Because of comments and questions we received from our neighborhood meetings and at Planning Commission, we did just want to note and make sure that folks understood that the new UDO requirements related to sedimentation and erosion control and the standards for phasing, grading, and tree coverage will apply to this project at site plan. This includes the double row silt fence, flocculants, larger sediment basins, the 10-foot undisturbed grading setback, and increased project boundary buffers. So there were also a number of commitments that we have added to our proposal in response to feedback we received from the community during our 2 neighborhood meetings and our Planning Commission hearing. So we have listed some of those on the screen. Those were mainly in response to concerns that we heard, environmental concerns in particular. So in response to those, we have reduced our maximum impervious surface area to 40%. We have increased our tree coverage to 24%. We are now providing detention for the 100-year storm. We are replanting only native trees, and we are committing to not locating any stormwater control measures or recreational open space within the stream buffer. Additionally, in response to feedback that we received from Planning Commission itself, we have increased our school donation to $23,000. We have added commitments to address green sustainable building practices by committing to all garages being pre-wired for EV charging stations and providing a minimum of 4 EV charging stations in parking lots. To address the quality of the income restricted units that we are providing, we have also added a commitment that, again, all of those income restricted units will have a garage. And our team has also been hard at work determining if this project can provide additional income restricted units, and we are proud to increase that commitment tonight to 6% for 30 years, with 3% at 80% AMI and 3% at 100% AMI. So this will now provide 17 families high-quality, income-restricted rental units with yards, driveways, and garages. In summation, this proposal is consistent with 22 of 25 applicable policies of the new comprehensive plan based on the analysis conducted by city staff. As you can see, we are consistent with 10 policies by meeting the standards set by the UDO and 12 policies by exceeding the standards set by the UDO. And finally, this rezoning is consistent with the review criteria in the UDO. This proposal is, again, consistent with the new comprehensive plan, compatible with the zoning in the surrounding area, will improve the balance of uses in this area by providing 2 housing types that will meet a demand here in Durham. And as you will note, the staff report also indicates that rental options in this part of the county are few and far between, so it will also improve the balance of uses with respect to that as well. And there is adequate infrastructure available to support the proposed development. So we thank you for your time, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have.
All right. So I will start calling names up. Oh, yeah, that's right. And all right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to start with my online participants. All right, I have Pamela Andrews. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, welcome. One moment, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ms. Andrews, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to, first of all, greetings. Thanks everyone for letting
And
me
if you can speak a little closer in the mic for me so I can hear you.
Sure, is this better?
Say again.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tonight, I'm not able to be in person, but I want to speak briefly. Preserve Rural Durham has prepared a very data-driven PowerPoint on the Olive Branch Reserve North. Our concerns continue to be the environment, lack of infrastructure such as fire, EMS, police, schools, hospitals, and road capacity. Environmental damage continues as shown in the slides tonight on our PowerPoint. Martin Branch, as mentioned, flows the length of this proposed parcel, which is severely impaired. 2,000 plus NTU units measured in December in Martin Branch after a recent rainfall shows the regulations are not working. The new stormwater erosion control amendment that was mentioned, approved in May, has not brought the significant changes to Martin Branch, which flows a short distance to Lick Creek and then a couple miles to Falls Lake. The federal lawsuit is against the parcel directly across the street. It's still active and moving forward. We must take a step back and ask ourselves, is this what we want for our kids, our neighbors, our legacy? We must protect the environment. Our Preserve Rural Durham will show that just in Lick Creek and Little Lick Creek alone, there are 41 dense developments under construction with 16 more approved and pending construction right now. This community looks like a war zone. The creeks look like red tomato soup due to sediment pollution, which according to a Duke study, sedimentation is considered to be the #1 pollutant of North Carolina waters. A large bill will come due to clean up Falls Lake. Blasting continues week after week with pictures falling off walls, cracks in foundations and ceiling, wells collapsing, and no one seems to follow up. The city and county should hold the developers liable using the construction bonds. Junction Road residents still don't have drinkable water. We can do better. People's lives in Southeast Durham are in jeopardy.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next, I have Donna Standback.
I'm here.
Oh, I thought I saw you.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Pam Williams over there. Is Pam here? Oh, yep. Wanda Allen. I didn't see Miss Wanda. Yeah. Miss Allen, can you hear me? Wanda?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I will start then. As we as taxpayers continue to be having to pay to clean up our streams and lakes, the city and the county is very much aware of this. They know about the devastation in our creeks and lakes because you have allowed it to be put into the budget. $46.7 million has been put in for the North Carolina Land and Water to clean up the streams and reduce the flooding. $10 million is for allergy scrubber to clean up Falls Lake. Fiscal year 24, the Urban Neuse River Basin is $1.3 million. So we're up to $58 million. Then on February the 8th, at the City Council work session, a cost of Phase 3 for South Ellerby Creek is estimated $18 million. Well, I learned today, tomorrow at the County Commissioner meeting, there's going to be a cooperative agreement for the Southeast Watershed Improvement Plan with the city and the county at $3 million. So we are already at $79 million that the taxpayers are asked to fund and to clean it up. So my question is, why do we continue to approve developments where it is known of the devastation, and why are we asking the taxpayers to continue to pay for this? You have the power. You have the power to stop the devastation with your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Crop? Rebecca Freeman?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. One moment. I'll come back to you. What about Tammy Sawaya? Do you see a Tammy? Okay. Kendall Standback?
I'm here, sir.
Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
All right, I'll be real quick on I'm addressing infrastructure problems. One, there's already a pothole in Olive Branch that's 2.5 feet deep and 4 feet wide that'll total a vehicle. I just want to say that I pass it every day on the way to work. But my main thing I'm going to talk about is they asked me to speak about an experience I had last year in rural Durham, West Farms Emergency Services. I'm a cancer survivor. I was on chemotherapy last year, and I had a severe reaction to my drugs. And my oncologic nurse told me to call 911. I called 911, and the dispatcher and my oncologic nurse talked to each other, and it was going to be 13 minutes until an ambulance could get to me. I was having a degenerative paralytic episode where I was becoming more and more paralyzed, and I felt like I was on fire. My oncologic nurse said it would be faster for someone to come and pick me up that was 10 minutes away and carry me to the hospital than for an ambulance to get to me. And we are looking at tripling the amount of residences in these areas. And I doubt we're looking at tripling the amount of emergency services for them, such as ambulances, fire department, and law enforcement, which right now I am currently very satisfied with our law enforcement. But right now, I will say that I'm not satisfied when I live in the city of Medicine and it takes me 13 minutes to see somebody when I could be laid out on the floor. I actually ended up going to Wake Med instead of Duke because I knew I would get a bed faster. I live in the city of Medicine, and if I dial 911, I should be able to have the best medicine North Carolina has to offer. And right now I don't, and we're going to make the problem worse. And I was just going to say that I think before we look at expanding exponentially with all of these developments, we need to look at what it's going to do to the stress for our emergency services. That's what I have to say for right now. And greetings to everybody, and thank you for your time.
Greetings, and right on time. All right, Tina Motley Pearson. I just saw her online.
Hey, good evening, Mayor Williams and members of City Council. My name is Tina Motley Pearson. My address is on record. And first off, I'd like to say that,
Clerk.
I understand that residents have the right to sell their land and to have it developed. The issue that we're having is that developers have not cared how they've impacted the local residents or the environment, and no one holds them accountable. So literally the topic of damage from blasting has come up in almost every city council meeting for the last couple of years, and it's still not resolved. Pam just talked about those 10 wells off Junction Road that have not had water since Thanksgiving of 2022. No one follows up on the damage, and the city should hold them liable. The developers have construction bonds, do they not? The blasting company is not going to say, shucks, let me pay for this. They violated code, and the city should exercise its bond rights and make them pay for the damage. And since no one has ever paid for any damage, the topic of blasting for this project needs to be addressed. The topography of this land will require extreme changes in the land. At one point, there's a 66-foot drop on the property, and there are 21 acres of tree saved, which sounds great, but it does look like all the trees that are saved are just in the floodplain. So the rest of the property will be mass graded, and of course, a lot of blasting. So, this property will probably be developed, but please be thoughtful and make it the very best version that it can possibly be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Katie Ross, can you hear me? Katie Ross?
Hello?
Hey there, you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, Katie Ross, Bahama. Greetings. So Pierre is making a great point. So I'm just going to say that today the Herald Sun reported that there is such a glut of rental properties in Durham right now that landlords are giving away 2 months free rent and a lot of other amenities to try to attract renters. Whatever the justification was in years past for members of this council, at least 3 sitting there today, to trade off serious environmental damage for a quick building and housing, that is not the case today. We have more than enough housing being built, already built and being built, at least for this decade. So there's no reason to rush into this. I'd like to point out that the Planning Commission voted 10-0 against this project. And I think if you read their comments, you'll see that that includes 2 commissioners at least that are normally very pro-development, which would be Cease and Cutright. Commissioner Cease pointed out that this is not a mixed-use development, which is what we're supposed to be encouraging. He says this project offers none of that opportunity. It simply replicates the single-use, auto-dependent patterns covering this area of Durham, adding to rather than helping to alter the trajectory of traffic-inducing environmental degrading, land-consumptive, relatively low-density, single-use development. The closest grocery store to this development is 2.5 miles away. The closest general commercial center is 3.5 miles away, and that's all car reached. There's no walking to that. This project is not a good one, and it's not necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Real quick.
Thank you so much. All right, I have item 25. I see Robin, Jacob. All right, Ms. Wagstaff, Jacqueline Wagstaff. Not on. All right. Is there a Sarah Taylor online? Yes. Sarah, you can hear me. We need you to indicate which item you're seeking to speak on. Sarah Taylor, can you hear me? You can unmute yourself. You are muted. All right. I'm going to move to our in-person participants. I'm going to go with who I have in my hand, and then if I don't call you, wait. So the members that I have online that are here in person, did you also fill out one of these? Okay, gotcha. Thanks. It's a little more confusing up here than it looks from out there. All right, first person I have, Jason Vickers. All right. Tim Cyrus, applicant. Robin Barefoot, followed by Maine Farmer, Donna Steinbach, and Pam Williams. You all don't have to get up and stand. You can just wait till it's your turn, so you don't have to just stand. You're close by. Welcome, Ms. Barefoot, again.
My bad.
You're bad.
My bad. I had so many things I was going to say to you all tonight. Again, I'm Robin Barefoot, 27712, but only 50% of the Preserve Rural Durham team had to speak, and they got so much out on the table. The rest of them are here. Commissioner Baker used a phrase earlier tonight that I'm going to repeat, and that is that we are dealing with an industrial development complex here in Durham. And we've got folks that have come into Durham and they have used a very linear, degenerative economy. They buy it, they own it, they take it, they use it, they offload it, and they walk away. Instead of thinking about the way that they can regenerate and make a better Durham when they leave and go back to Boca Raton, which is where my defendants are living. This is fundamentally flawed because it doesn't perpetuate things that make us thrive and make us flourish. The fact that Wanda said that we are at $79 million restoring creeks, think of the amount of work that we could do to repair the neighborhoods and provide for the things that our neighborhoods need rather than Shotspotter. And I'm not even weighing in on Shotspotter, I'm just talking about all the things that the community could have. I want to note that the developers promise affordability, and they promise that with this growth of Durham, we're going to solve all kinds of problems, like housing, like diversity, like restoring ecosystems, producing walkable cities, and right-sizing the needed services and infrastructure. But it doesn't seem to happen that way because we keep having to pay to fix these things. So the comprehensive plan is a beautiful blueprint for how we get to the kinds of developments that we want in Durham. There are all kinds of policies, ones that will reduce automobile dependency, bring us closer to adjacent commercial properties, leave land largely undisturbed, discourage mass grading. And thank you for interrupting me, Leo. Have a great night. I am so glad to see you guys again.
It wasn't me, it was the buzzer. Thanks, Robin. Next, I have Maine Farmer. Oh, this is bad handwriting. This is Marie. Okay. Wow. Donna, stand back.
Yeah, let me get this presentation up. Okay, Marie Farmer. I'm going to pull yours up. Hold on a second. Go on to the next, yeah. That's good. That's good. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Williams and council members. My name is Donna Steinbeck. I'm a lifelong Durham resident. I oppose the Olive Branch Reserve North Plan because it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan policies and place type. See the disagreements there. It is car-centric and will harm already densely developing sensitive Lick Creek, Martin Branch Creek, and Little Lick Creek watershed near the Falls Lake. Comprehensive plan policies that are not supported are listed, and there were a few more. Members have said that the commercial and businesses and other uses that support the 15-minute walk will come to the area after it is developed. Well, you saw the map. There is little space to develop in this area. Planning Commissioner C said residents living in mixed residential neighborhoods can easily walk, bike, and roll within and around their neighborhoods to get to supporting places and transit stops. This is not this development. It is several miles from any of their stores and businesses. The Policy 59 says to drastically reduce automobile dependency, and Policy 79 says protect Durham's most ecologically sensitive natural areas. Policy 116 says to complete communities in Durham. Next slide, okay, yes. The Planning Commission denied this 10-0 is inconsistent with the two committed uses. The development across from this property is in the SELC lawsuit of Clean Water Act violation. And Martin Creek is already damaged. Martin Creek runs along the proposed project. See how dense the 41 red dots for projects under development in this area are. This project hits the Martin Branch Creeks and Falls Lakes with a large amount of watershed and red turbulence. Thank you.
Pam Williams is next.
Good afternoon. My name is Pam Williams. My address is on file. I'd like to talk about the traffic. Did you realize that the traffic on this road, Olive Branch, increased 88% from 2021 to 2023? The road is narrow, no shoulders, curvy, lack of vertical and horizontal sight distance. 88% is without a single new dwelling added on this. And as you can see from this map right here, there's a lot that's going to be added in this area. Right now, there are 6 proposed developments that are being built. That's going to add or make around 19,000 vehicles per day on this road. The capacity of this road is 12,700. This is only going to make things more congested and all. There is no plans in the 2050 Comprehensive Transportation Plan for any improvements to the roads in this area. That means sidewalks, shoulders, or anything like that. Left and right turns and traffic signals make it safer to get in and off the road, but it does not relieve traffic congestion. The schools in this area are overcrowded already, as you can see with Spring Valley and Neal Middle. There's 132 students not attending today, so wouldn't 500 per student be 66,000 for a contribution? This is just an aerial of Olive Branch Reserve, just north of it. I want to show how the wetlands and streams have been impacted. This has been impacted like this since 2020. The wetlands was clear in 2020. This one, protective land, there's 3 policies that we have concerns about natural resources. And there's more also in it. Will the wildlife corridor 300-foot buffer as proposed in the Eastern Durham Open Space Plan wildlife corridor be provided up to Olive Branch Road? Will it be undisturbed? And will this be included, this section? It wasn't shown on the map. Thank you. I was hoping for 3 minutes.
I know. I use my discretion to cut it short when we have so much, because a lot of cars up here for a lot of other things.
Okay.
2 minutes.
All right, let me see. Let me see how I advance it first.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you're right.
Presentation. Okay, cool. All right, so my name is Jacob Freeman and my address is on file. So the aerial image taken on 17 January 2004 shows where Lick Creek and Little Lick Creek enter Falls Lake. The last significant rain event was on the 12th of January, where 1 inch was recorded at the RDU airport. This image clearly shows differences in water flowing into Falls Lake from Lick Creek, where all the current development is occurring in southeast Durham, and Little Lick Creek. And all I can say to this is, wow. These pictures should shock and concern everyone. The amount of sediment flowing into Lick Creek is incredible. Here's another picture of it right here, and you can see where the line where the water is actually, the sediment-laden water is coming into the main area of Falls Lake. Recent articles by the Sound Rivers document the ongoing destruction of wildlife habitat, and it's really important to note that sedimentation is considered to be the #1 pollutant in North Carolina waters and causes significant problems for fish and aquatic life. An article on 4 May 23 discussed Lick Creek turbidity levels that were 3,900% above state standards for turbulence. The image on the left shows where Martin Branch, shows where Martin Branch enters Lick Creek. Here you can clearly see the sediment-laden water coming into the main creek that flows into Falls Lake. On the right, you can see our aerial view of development underway in the sediment-laden water in Martin Branch and associated wetlands. The image also shows where the Olive Branch Reserve North would be located in the background. In this slide, measurements to the left show NTU readings 3.7 to 40 times plus the state standard of 50 NTU for Martin Branch. And all these recordings were made very recently. Compare that to an unimpacted stream, a Rocky Branch, where the readings are much lower. On the right side, you can see the left picture is Martin Branch, the right side is Rocky Branch. So huge differences. Some has already been discussed about this, so I won't. The last thing I want to mention is that an efficacy study is really needed to determine the erosion control measures, if they're really working.
Thank you. Tammy. Next, we have Tammy Sawaya.
She needs to be in order.
You guys are organized, huh?
Rebecca Freeman.
Sure, Ms. Freeman, go ahead.
My slides are next.
How do I cue her slides up? Hold on, just give them a second.
Oh,
they're right there. Can y'all put the slides on? Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members. I'm Rebecca Freeman from Southeast Durham. I've lived there all my life. Slide 1 is the fire and EMS, and I'm going to talk about the audit for the fire department in years 2018 and 2021. There were two main recommendations that came out of that. Durham should continue monitoring response times to ensure service delivery is within acceptable levels because they are not meeting them. Their standard response time is 6.5 minutes, but they're not meeting those standard times. The second one is to incorporate the impact of future growth on service delivery in their methodology. Consider using outside experts to perform a study that incorporates forecasting to determine the impact of future growth on current resources. And I'm not sure that this is being done because we don't have any additional fire resources in our area with all this construction going on. Okay, next one is, well, I want to talk about on this one because my time is limited, is just the comprehensive policies that are not met. Policy 119, ensure new developments within the urban growth boundary or within the established level of service for emergency services. And policy 122 mentions that Southeast Durham needs fire service. And we were in the docket, I thought, for a fire station, especially in some of the planning documents that came down several years ago, and nothing has been said. There's not in the capital improvement plan, and so we're concerned about that. The last slide. Police coverage. As you can see from the slide, Durham Public Schools are increasing crime experiencing, and then in the Durham Police Department in 22 to 23, the increase in homicide, rape cases, and shootings. However, I also found that there were 134.74% increase in motor vehicle thefts in Durham County from 22 to 23. The 23 number is 1,885, which is 36 vehicle deaths per week. Vehicle thefts per week.
Thank you so much. Next up, could you, has this always been your last name?
Sawaya.
Sawaya, okay.
Yeah, you did good.
Sawaya.
Okay, all right, if you'll put the PowerPoint up for me. Great. So my name is Tammy Sueya. I'm in Baptist Road in Durham. And what I want to point out here is the Triangle Business Journal did an article in October 2023 highlighting Goodwin Crossing by Meredith's Home. And this development is in northern Durham, and the zoning is not being changed. It's by right. It's 124 homes. And a lot of times previously we talk about, well, if it's by right, what is the cost of the homes? Well, for this development, the median sales price is about $410,000. So that's a pretty good example. So if you look at Southeast Durham, we have all the creeks impaired, we have infrastructure issues. You know, this would be more modeled like what we would prefer to see. And then I just want to hit back on the proffer issues, back to why isn't there $66,000 for the schools? You know, a minimum of 24% tree coverage. Well, 21 acres is floodplains and wetlands, which is 24% of the 87 acres. And you've seen pictures of the creeks. You know, we've done the best we can on, you know, stormwater, but they're not working, so why keep doing it? They proffered to plant native trees, but how long does that take? Are we going to have heat islands out there? And also, garages are going to be pre-wired for electric vehicles. There's a minimum for electric vehicle charging stations, but there's a policy that says we are to, you know, drastically reduce automobile dependency, and this is a car-centric development. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Samantha Kropp. And Durham.
Thank you so much for your time today. My name is Samantha Kropp. I live in Raleigh, but I work in Durham. In my role as the Neuse River Keeper, I monitor water quality in the whole Neuse River Basin, which includes about half of Durham County. And the aerial photos and water quality data that was shared with you by community members tonight were from the 18+ months of water quality sampling that I've conducted in the Lick Creek watershed. And for the record, I would like to state that in the entire 6,235 square mile Neuse watershed, I've seen the worst sediment pollution in Martin Branch
Branch in the location that this development is proposed. This is a sample that I took from Martin Branch today in the hours before this meeting. Right now, the water in that creek is running 40 times higher than the state turbidity standard for healthy waterways. This is not natural, it's not ahistorical. This is the product of runoff from active development sites, and it is Durham's most significant environmental crisis. Just north of this project area, 178 acres are being cleared. Directly to the south, 113, and across the street, 216 acres are being cleared for a proposal that's currently in active litigation in federal court because of unlawful sediment pollution in Martin Branch, Lick Creek, and Falls Lake downstream. Lately, you've been hearing often that the problem of sediment pollution has been fixed now that Durham has passed its new sediment and erosion control amendments, and yet I encourage you to ask Durham City staff about how they know these new measures are working. When I have been told clearly that the city has no plans to assess the efficacy of these new rules. As the only organization monitoring water quality impacts from large-scale developments in Southeast Durham, I can say on behalf of Sound Rivers that the sediment pollution has not diminished yet. I want to end with a short anecdote. This past weekend, I spent a Saturday cleaning up trash with a group of volunteers along the mouth of Lick Creek at Falls Lake. When we arrived, the creek was running orange with dirt, and everyone wanted to know why. Why are community members out there taking care of our natural resources when the city of Durham permits such destruction to happen? As it stands, this proposal would not only create more car-dependent sprawl, but it would further harm a waterway that is in dire need of our help. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Ann Duran. I saw this name earlier. They may have signed up for the wrong number. Okay. Emily Wilkes and Mimi Kessler.
My name is Emily Wilkes, and I'm here in opposition to the Olive Branch Reserve North proposal. Because I'm a pastor and we're talking about housing and I'm a language nerd, I'd love to tell you about one of my favorite Greek words in the Bible, oikos, which means household, and it's where we get the words economy and ecology. The oikos is our shared home, and so as you consider this proposal, we need to consider both the economic as well as the ecological impact. First, the economy, or how we manage the affairs of our shared household. Many in Durham continually fall short of being able to access basic needs, particularly affordable housing. The proposal before you offers 3% of units to be income restricted at 80% AMI for 10 years. If there are 280 townhouses and duplex residential units, if my math is right, that's at most 8 units. Additionally, Policy 40 in the comprehensive plan states that 10 years for housing affordability should run with the land in perpetuity, and only when this isn't possible should we settle for 30 years. We should not settle for 10. Second, ecology, or the relationships between all the living things within our shared home. Clear-cutting 87 acres of forested land continues to degrade essential waterways. Sediment pollution is destroying habitats and making its way downstream to pollute the drinking water supply for much of Wake County. By depleting carbon sinks, which help mitigate the emission of carbon dioxide, this project would continue making Durham more vulnerable to future climate disasters. Finally, another word that stems from the Greek word oikos is ecumenical, or ecumenism. It's a religious term, but at its essence, religion is how we make meaning of the world, the stories that we tell, and the sets of practices we engage in to ask ourselves whether our actions align with our values. And so I ask you all, what is the story you all are telling yourselves about Durham as you consider this proposal? That it's growing and that we need to say yes to all development proposals in order to keep pace with that growth? That growth precludes us from the luxury of thinking about future generations? That it's their issue whether in 10 or 30 years they're able to afford housing or live in a climate resilient community? If we think of Durham as a shared home, what if our story is that we define success as a city by the measure of each citizen's material provision and housing status? Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Hello, Ms. Kessler.
Hi, I'm Mimi Kessler. I live in Durham. A lot of what I want to talk about has already been covered, so I'm not going to reiterate all the details. But I'm asking you to please listen to the Planning Commission. They voted unanimously against this proposal. They've been appointed by you and the County Commission because of their expertise, and substantial debate was in their meeting. There's an urgent need to stop development in that area. The environmental destruction, horrible traffic, and there's no plan to widen the roads. And by the way, there's no shoulder either. It's, you know, in the ditch. And I am not trying to make the perfect interfere with the good. I do see the proffers, and many of them are good. Some of them could be better. But adding people in cars by the thousands in exchange for a few income-restricted units is majoring on the minors. Please vote no.
Thank you. All right, those are all of the cards I have. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to? Oh, yeah, that's right. Thanks for reminding me of my rules. All right. Applicant, would you like to respond to any of the comments?
Yes, there were a number of issues that were obviously raised. We will just try to address a few of those and then leave the remaining time available to answer any questions you may have. First and foremost, with respect to the environment and the construction and the developments and other projects in this area, those projects that were shown on screen, that were illustrated and discussed, those were all projects that were approved prior to the UDO changes with regard to the sedimentation and erosion control and with regard to mass grading. So as was mentioned earlier, yes, it is too early to tell how those changes will impact this area. And so, again, at site plan, all of those changes with regard to the mass grading and with regard to sedimentation and erosion control will now apply. And as those requirements go into effect, we will hopefully start to see the improvements. It was noted earlier that the comprehensive plan is a beautiful footprint, and we would agree with that. That is why we are very proud to state tonight that we are consistent with 22 of the 25 applicable policies as noted in the staff report. We are only inconsistent with 3 policies, and that is because this feedback that you have heard this evening is not new to us. We have heard it at the Planning Commission, and we heard it during our multiple neighborhood meetings that we had, and that is why I showed earlier on screen all of the additional commitments that we added to this project to address those concerns. And so in the one other point that we would like to address, it was noted that, you know, building by right, it could be more affordable. The 129 single-family homes that could be developed by right. If you look at the sale prices of houses in this part of the county, that is certainly not the sale prices that you would see if those 129 single-family homes were built. And to be clear again, that is not what this developer is looking to do. They build high-quality rental products that are similar to single family. And again, it is to fill that gap in the market for those folks who can't afford to buy those extremely expensive single family homes and are looking to have yards, garages, driveways, but at a rental price that they can't afford. And so we will leave it with that. And then again, we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we know the average home cost in this area? Single family home?
I don't believe we have a specific, but they range from 600,000 to 800,000, and there's even $1 million homes out in this area.
Okay. I think my dream house is over there as well, but it doesn't belong to me. It's a big, beautiful home. All right, well, this is a public hearing. I am going to now bring this matter back before the council. I'll declare this public hearing closed. And colleagues, are there any comments? Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, I actually had a couple of questions for staff and then actually a question for Preserve Rural Durham folks.
Heard.
Thank you. Actually, this is a question probably for, is Bill Judge still here? Hi, Bill. This is for you. Thank you. At the end of our packet, there's the TIA memo, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding that memo correctly. There's a bunch of proposed improvements, is that what would, like, this development is going to cause those improvements? Or is that, because that's how I'm interpreting it, but I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
Yes, Bill Judge Transportation. Those are broken down into essentially the required roadway improvements are broken down into essentially 3 different categories, particularly when we're dealing in an area like this where we've had multiple TIAs, multiple developments. Some of the improvements have already been previously proffered by other developments. So we have a category of developments that have been previously proffered and were essentially assumed to be in place prior to the development. So if for some reason those other developments had not completed them, they would become requirements of this development. We also have some additional developments that we say may be required. So those are proffers that other developers have made that at the time of site plan, they're perhaps likely a little further away, or depending on phasing, that those will only be needed once a certain threshold of development has been reached. So it sort of becomes a, the first few developments may be able to defer that, but at a certain point, once the capacity is reached, the next developer up essentially becomes responsible for making that improvement. And the third category are just things that are required of this development automatically.
So the section that is like, because there's a whole, it's like approved developments and background growth, right? And then there's another section that says tip roadway improvements. It's like NC 98 at Olive Branch, and then Olive Branch Road at Doc Nichols. That's the stuff that this development is going to have to do, or no?
Correct. The developer could be required to do essentially all 3 of those categories.
Okay.
So they are proffering all 3 of them.
So there's significant infrastructure improvements along this road?
Correct. Those that say may be required fall into that category of where if this were sort of the, if the other development sort of ceased going on out there and this one got in front of some of those others, potentially they could not have to do it, but a future developer would. Seems somewhat unlikely given the pace of development out there, but potentially is possible.
Thank you. And then can you remind me, what is the percentage of NCDOT money that has to go to road expansion and road construction and expansion?
Yeah, it's generally there's 90% that automatically goes to highways. There are 4% that go to non-highways, and then there are 6% that gets flexed or decided between that could go to either highway or non-highway. So it typically runs about 94 to 96% towards highways.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then my next question is for Preserve Rural Durham, somebody you feel like could represent y'all's feelings about this. And if you don't feel comfortable, you can declare that as well.
Pam Williams.
I know many of y'all are neighbors out there, and so out of curiosity, what is y'all's opinion on the Highway 70 project currently?
Our opinion, and I believe I speak for everybody in the Preserve Rural Durham and quite a few others in the community. We feel like the US 70 needs to be a freeway to reduce the capacity or the congestion on the roadway. Right now, the congestion, it backs up from Leesville Road all the way to Pleasant Drive, which is 4 miles, and it's every afternoon and every morning it backs up.
So and I understand that maybe within Preserve Rural Durham, there are folks who maybe don't believe this, but in general, and this is some background knowledge, for Highway 70 right now, the current proposal as proposed for NCDOT is to make a section of it a limited access road, which is basically a freeway. The alternative, which is what some advocates in the community are pushing, and what I am pushing actually as an MPO representative, Metropolitan Planning Organization, that does transit in the area, is to do a boulevard type situation so that it can align more with our MPO goals, which limits road expansions and road building in general, to get us to align better with that comprehensive plan goal of not doing car-centric development. So I just was curious. Thank you. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
can I just state that everything being built out in this area is car-centric. We have no other option. And also, in Wake County, their plan is to do a freeway to the Durham County line, and then the East Wake Expressway is a freeway. So there'll be 4 miles. It's not a freeway.
Thank you.
9 to 11 traffic lights. I mean, traffic lights don't reduce congestion.
Colleagues? Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I have been out in this area. I highly encourage anyone who hasn't to go out there. It's a jarring experience to see what's been happening. It's an environmental catastrophe, and it's self-inflicted. It's hard to describe it as anything but corporate developer pillaging of the land, of the environment. Samantha Kropp, our river keeper, a scientist, has been speaking out on this issue for many months and years. The environmental impacts of the construction process that has been occurring out there, which has been occurring so quickly, so rapidly, such rapid growth out there. And that's one aspect of the growth that has been occurring out there, is the actual construction process, the tearing down of thousands upon thousands of acres of forest, of farmland, of wildlife habitat. I also like to think about what we're replacing it with, and what we are replacing it with, because we are a growing city. We do need at sometimes to tear down forest and farmland. And when we do that, we need to be extremely careful about what we are replacing it with. And what we are replacing valuable forest and farmland out there with is the most unsustainable, car-centric, climate-denying development that we could possibly be building. The place type out there is mixed residential. You know, and if we want to change the place type to something that's more consistent with what this application is and what other applications are that come before us, we could change the place type and bring it back to the people of Durham and ask if they would rather have a place type that, instead of mixed residential, is something more along the line. We could call it something like disconnected autocentric sprawl, and see if the people of Durham, if that's in line with the values of the people of Durham, if that's something that the people of Durham want us to push forward with for several more thousands of acres, then we should be honest about what we are advancing and what kinds of policies we are pushing here at the city council level. This application is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission was very clear. It was a 10-0 vote, and I highly encourage reading all of the comments that were provided, including, I think there was a speaker who pointed out, there are several commissioners who are very friendly to developers who come forward. We have commissioners who will vote, consistently against many things. I like to look at the commissioners who are consistent in voting with developers and look at their comments. Read comments from Chair Cameron, read comments from Vice Chair Shigaris, Commissioner Cutright, Graves Mann, Commissioner Durham, Johnson, Cease. Read the comments from Commissioner Trapp, who consistently votes with developers, Commissioner Woke. They are all providing comments against this rezoning proposal. If we have developers that come forward and say, we know this isn't completely consistent with the comprehensive plan, but it's pretty close, it's halfway there, it's a quarter of the way there, and it's much better than what you might otherwise get, then the next developer will also propose something that's a quarter of the way there. The following developer will also propose something that's just a part of the way there. And we will never, ever be able to achieve the vision and the goals of the comprehensive plan, of the community plan, and then we will be out of land because we have annexed 10 square miles in the past 5 years. We need to stand up and say, we're not going to do that anymore. We need applications that are consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is not a let the good be the enemy of the perfect, or whatever, perfect be the enemy of the good. This is not that kind of case. We need applications that are consistent with the comprehensive plan, and then we can approve them. I like sitting up here. I love approving cases. I do. I love approving rezoning cases. I love approving rezoning cases that are consistent with the comprehensive plan, that advance the goals of the comprehensive plan, that promote walkability, that create great neighborhoods. But instead of creating connected, cohesive, mixed-use, walkable neighborhoods, we're just creating filing cabinets to put people in where all they can do is get around with a car. Is that the city that we envision? Is that the city that we want to keep promoting and advancing? It's not one that I want to. The scientists have spoken out. The riverkeeper has spoken out. The community has spoken out. And I want to value that. And I only want to push for rezoning cases that are actually consistent with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I'm going to piggyback off a little bit of what Councilmember Baker has stated, and also one of our speakers online said this. We have a duty up here to think about intentionality when we are changing the zoning and when we are changing the actual city lines of what we want Durham to look like moving forward. And we have in front of us a project that has the potential for huge consequences on the environment, on traffic, on the school systems. And the impacts that we see, and I pulled them up because I wanted to look. The impacts that we are looking at here, they are very large just with this project, and we are not factoring in the 3 surrounding projects which have not been built, right? So we're looking at, for example, a number of trips increase in an average 24-hour span, 1,200 to 2,100 just with this project alone. And now that's not taking into account the other Olive Branch Reserve, and it's not taking into account Sweetbriar, and that's the Olive Branch. Sorry, I have them all pulled up. But all this to say, we've got all of these heavy consequences. We do not know the impact of the zoning that we've already changed. Someone else said this, but we cannot rely on commercial and walkability things coming to this area when literally all of the land is being developed for residential. It will not come because there is not space for it to come. I also want to point out that we have definitions for affordable housing. The things that have been proffered today are not that definition. They are income-restricted housing, which I do think is important. And I really want to note specifically that 3% that's at 100% AMI, because I've actually been talking about that metric. That's an average. If we're talking about the missing middle income, 100% AMI is what we're talking about, right? And we've got 3%, and I am excited to see folks starting to work with those numbers. But in our definition that we have in our plan, what we haven't seen today is anything that really tackles the huge impact that this is going to have on the area. I can't in good conscience vote for this. I would urge my members of council to really seriously think about the impacts that this is having on this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I want to go back to the previous discussion we had about Shotspotter, where we talked about community needs. What we're hearing from the community over and over again is the need for affordable housing. So I want to thank the applicant for the proffers you've offered. So initially there was, I think it was 30%, 3% for 10 years at 80% AMI, right?
Yes,
now
that's
proffering
correct.
an additional 3% at 100% of AMI, correct?
Yeah, so we've now increased it to a total of 6% with 3% at 80% AMI, 3% at 100% AMI, and we've increased that deed restriction to 30 years,
correct, yeah.
which does meet that definition in the affordable housing definition in terms of the duration of that 30 years.
Thank you. I have a question for Sarah Young. Sarah, do you have a moment? So I know in our comprehensive plan, the goal is to see at least 10% of affordable units in all new developments, correct?
I believe, I would have to look at the policy again. There's a higher percentage in transit opportunity
yeah,
areas
right.
and then a lower percentage everywhere else countywide.
Right. And so, can you tell me the definition of affordable in that comprehensive plan? When we envision affordable housing, how do we define affordable housing in the plan? My question is, does 100% of AMI meet that goal of affordable or not?
So let me look and see. I don't know if Andy behind me maybe is getting to it faster than I am. Hang on a second. We should probably start putting that in our staff report so it's easy to get to. I don't see it. Can I take a look and get back to you in just a minute?
Sure, yeah, thank you. That was my only question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I want to thank the members of our community for coming out, our friends from the county to come out and speak tonight, and others who are online. I think it was our last council meeting, we approved a development that took apartments out because wealthy folks said they didn't want them. We approved a development that had 0 affordable housing or income restricted. And we celebrated that the applicants were born at Durham Regional Hospital. So with all due respect, to be lectured about values, the vision of a city is a bit rich here. So I just want to refocus and recenter the conversation a little bit. We heard something here tonight from our friends from the community. Once again, sometimes it's been intoned outwardly and other times it's been implicated. We heard for a call for a moratorium in this area. Stop development until the sediment goes down, until it's, I don't know what. But if any council member thinks that a moratorium is the appropriate approach, then vote no. That is all right. But to wax on about values when we can approve certain things with none of our values in it. And that development was at a waterhead, a headwater area. So I want to say that I was really impressed with the efforts and the campaign from Preserve Rural Durham that had an actual impact on our UDO and our ordinance. But it's almost as if those conversations never took place. We passed many of them, and now that we're at the beginning of implementing them, we're told they don't work. Looking at projects who came before that, not, in my assessment, adequate test cases to see whether they will work or not. What was all that work for? And listen, I defended when folks said these were NIMBYists, not in my backyard. These are folks that are just throwing stuff against the wall to see what will stick. Environment, affordable housing, whatever it is, just to stop getting folk to develop out there, or to get their neighbors to stop selling their property to developers. This is a capitalist free market society. I rejected that, and the defense said, no, these are folk who are truly concerned. But it's kind of hard to make that argument when the rules that were proposed to us are enacted, and then we're told they're not good enough. It's difficult and challenging to press back against that NIMBYism charge. I will say this. This area, and I appreciate, and I read everything that the Planning Commission says, and oftentimes the Planning Commission will say things that are visionary, that suggest a value that they have for the city, and then it comes time to govern. And I said, at a previous meeting that I send messages through resolutions. When it comes to land use cases where the rubber meets the road in actual policy, everything we do has an impact. Now, if we want to have a de facto moratorium, fine. We're still going to get something out there. And then the message or story that we're sending out is that in Durham, come build large, single-family, high-price homes on large acres because we're not doing anything else, because particularly in this area out here. Now, if that is the net, one of the net impacts and net results, because there is nothing that we do, every yes we say is no to something else, and every no we give is yes to something else. So there's no neutral impact on decisions that we make as a council. The proffers that have been made by the developer, and I want to actually, I associate myself with sending messages to developers, because once upon a time, developers didn't offer anything in terms of affordable housing. They didn't offer anything in terms of native trees. So what we've seen is incrementally over the years, not in the last 6 months, over the years, the word start to get out in Durham that if you want to do business here, you need to come through the front door with certain things. I also want to caution my colleagues that, you know, others are listening outside our city. And I just want to be very careful when we telegraph that we are hard linking our votes to things that we legally can't be linking them to or shouldn't be. I mean, there are other ways to, you are free to vote no if you want, but to suggest, and you know, I wake up and I'll end here, I wake up every day wishing I were as powerful as people think I am, and that this council were as powerful as people think we are. I really do, because I'd have fixed a whole lot of stuff by now. There's a whole bunch of things I'd like to insert myself into and my voice into, but if we're gonna approve developments with no affordable housing that get away with apartments because certain folk in the neighborhood would be offended, and then celebrate it in one part of town, and then wax eloquent in another part of town, that sends a message as well. That sends a message as well on behalf of this council. I don't want large, high-priced, single-family homes on on wells out there if I have to choose. Others may disagree, but I think it also says something about, as we deal with folk who are already in Durham, what are we saying about welcoming others who are coming? That's part of our story as well. Are we welcoming, or is Durham closed for business? And far too often, I'm arguing with folk who see a problem 2 months after their closing date. That's when the problem started with development and folk coming in while they're still decorating their homes. So I just put that out there. I'll be supporting the development. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Gaviero.
Thank you. I will be supporting the development as well. I think that, so it was 22 out of the 25 policies. And that's 88%. If you do the math, if you're grading a paper, it's 88%. That's what these developers brought us. They brought us an 88% project. We may not agree with it. We could have all kinds of conversations about car-centric. I would say that the belief that making Highway 70 a freeway and eliminating 50 small businesses and impacting residents along a corridor, that also is not necessarily an environmentally friendly decision. I think there's plenty in our community who are fighting it tooth and nail because that's not the vision of the future that they want to see. So I think, as with Shotspotter, I think it's just where you're going to fall on a line on what you think, and that's what this is. And the developments that are around there are not as good as this development. And the reason they're not as good is because many of the rules that we have in place today were not in place then. The commitments that we're seeing around affordable housing, that has been years of diligent work. That was not easy to get actual units. And I remember the first developer who provided units. And I remember him saying, I think everyone's gonna murder me after this, because he proffered actual units instead of dollars. And he knew that the development community would understand what that meant when you showed up at a public hearing in Durham. And that's exactly what we've seen. And the amounts increase slowly, but these are not using our tax dollars. These are not subsidized by like our other affordable housing projects, which I think every single person on this dais and almost every single community member in Durham is proud to fund. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, folks, these are not government dollars. This is all private dollars, and these are commitments that they've made. And I find it fascinating that within the PowerPoint presentation presented to us by some of the opponents, The example they give me of good development is a community of single-family homes. I don't understand how that's not car-centric. I don't understand how that meets the policies that they're elevating that this project doesn't meet. It just doesn't, it is incongruent. It's illogical. I will be proposing it, I will be supporting it. I understand that this is not the best. I understand that we incrementally in rezonings have to get slowly better, and that is what this project does. It is incrementally, actually not just incrementally, a lot better than what is next door and up the road. The traffic improvements that we're going to get, the infrastructure improvements that we've been hearing from residents for years about how they want this road improved. This is how you improve the road. It's a state-owned road. We know the percentage. We know when it's going to get serviced. The city does not have the dollars, the county does not have the dollars to improve that road. There are hundreds of other roads that will come up before Olive Branch Road that need serious improvements, including Gregson and Duke, which we heard earlier today, are two of our most dangerous roads. That's where the money's going to go. And so again, we have to do the best we can in the options that we have, and that is really hard, and I understand it upsets some folks, but I will be supporting this development.
So I wanted to circle back on your question, Councilmember Rist. Thank you for giving me a minute to look it up, give you the actual wording. The first part of the policy talks about the transit opportunity areas, and then the second part says at least 15% of housing in all other residential and mixed-use place types should be affordable to households making 30 to 80% AMI.
Colleagues? Anyone else? All right. So this is a situation where perfect is the enemy of good. That's just what it is. We have a policy that was placed in the UDO tree preservation. Preserve Rural Durham folks, you all really advocated for that. You got it. I would say notice when you get a win, because that is now the case. The fact of the matter is the city doesn't build, and there are people in the business of building. And for those who are, for whatever reason, against the for-profit industries, listen, it is what it is. There is a for-profit industry that builds housing. The city isn't doing it. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if you really want the city doing it. And that's no offense to our city staff, but that's just not where we are. And so, the best thing we can do is build relationships with the people who actually are doing the building, and build cases that work for us. But I cannot sit here and look at this and see that it's actually meeting a lot of the concerns, and it's still not good enough. As a matter of fact, I have a question for the applicant. There's 80-something acres, right? How much is actually developable?
So 88 acres total, but only 48 acres will actually be developed. And that is because of the 300-foot wildlife corridor, the open space, and the greenway.
Open space, greenway, okay, gotcha. So only 40-something acres developable. But we're looking at the comments, and I just want to break this down to the folks. Like, I'm not as smart. I'm not as smart when it comes to all of this. I'm still learning it. So this is for the people that are actually watching on TV. And we utilize a lot of terminology. Even my colleagues up here, we say, we want things to be, walkable. We say we want, if things are too car-centric. This is, like, what someone is thinking right now is, so how do I get from point A to point B? Way out there. And we think about, and I own a business. I have nothing, let me say this for the record. I have nothing against for-profit. I'm in a for-profit business. I sell chicken. And that's what I do. That's my business. I sell chicken and other foods. But I would not you would not find me putting a business out in y'all's neighborhood right now. It doesn't make economical sense. It doesn't make market sense. It just doesn't. So I wouldn't go out there. So we can be as conceptual as we want, but we do have to see the bigger picture. And government doesn't work instantaneously, it works gradually. It works gradually. So, I'm looking at what has been offered here, even since the actual Planning Commission. And it's definitely not perfect, but it's much better than what it would have been. And I sometimes ask questions I know the answer to, such as the cost of houses that are out there in this area. $129 single-family homes versus what's being offered, for me, that's common sense. So I'll be supporting it. All right, I'll entertain a motion. Let me actually read what I'll entertain here. All right. So we are motion 1, to adopt an ordinance annexing Olive Branch Reserve North into the city of Durham and to authorize the city manager to enter a utility extension agreement with MCRT SFR Investments LLC.
Moved as read.
Second. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The motion passes 4-2 with council members Baker and Cook voting no.
Thank you. Motion 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential rural, Falls, Jordan, District B, county jurisdiction and establishing the same as planned development, residential 3.700, Falls, Jordan, District B, city jurisdiction.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
Got one more vote.
Please close.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And motion 3, to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute SEC 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
And the motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. All right. Are we good to keep going? You guys good? Item 26, where are my cards? Oh, right here. All right, next on the agenda. Gosh, I'm tired. Item 26, zoning map change, Old West Farms, Durham. Mayor Pro Tem, could you please take over the gavel? I'm going to take a rest break.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Madam Clerk, I'm assuming the gavel, as his honor is leaving the podium. Item number 26, zoning map change, Old West Farms, Durham. This is a public hearing. We'll hear from staff. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and honorable council members. Again, Andy Lester with the Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Brian and Melissa O'Hare for 3 parcels of land totaling 0.61 acres and located at 903 Alabama Avenue and 809 and 805 Trent Drive. The current zoning is residential urban 5-2 and commercial general. The applicant proposes to change the designation to commercial general with a textual development plan prohibiting the following uses: drive-through facilities, convenience stores with gasoline sales, payday lenders, commercial dorms, rail and bus terminals, cemeteries, mausoleums, columbaria, and memorial gardens, shelters, food banks or kitchens, electronic gaming operations, firing range, indoor, self-service storage, vehicle sales or service. And the properties are currently designated transit opportunity area and established residential in the place type map. The proposed CGD zoning is inconsistent with those place types. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the place type to designate the property as neighborhood services. Thank you, staff and the applicant are here for any questions.
Thank you so much. I'm going to officially declare this public hearing open, but before I go to the gallery, I'm going to see if any of my honorable colleagues have any questions for staff. All right, seeing none, I'm going to invite the applicant to come to the lectern. Good evening, sir. How much time do you anticipate needing?
Probably 3 minutes, but I'll take 5 if that's okay.
Let's put 5 minutes on the clock, please.
So I have written here, good evening, Mayor, but I see he's not here to make fun of my handwriting, so to my benefit. So good evening, members of the council. My name is Keenan Condor with Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main here in Durham. Thank you, Andy, thank you, Brooke, and thank you, Sarah, for your help with this process. It's very appreciated. I'm representing the applicants in this rezoning, who are Brian and Melissa O'Hara of Carolina Grove. Brian is here today. Carolina Grove operates an existing wedding venue in Hillsborough, North Carolina, and they're seeking to expand their business to Durham. They're seeking to expand their business to a new location at 903 Alabama Avenue, and this rezoning would facilitate that. The site is currently developed with the quaint but aging West Durham Pentecostal Church. And despite, the hottest real estate market we've seen in this area in quite some time, this site stayed on the market for over a year before the O'Hara stepped in to potentially put this, to potentially redevelop this site. The O'Hara's plan is this. They wish to repurpose the existing structure into their new wedding and event space by rehabilitating the building structure while preserving its inherent charm. The O'Haras are also exploring the possibility of including a wine bar or other similar use at the site to activate the space during the hours that are not typically used for weddings. And we expect that the rehabilitation of this property will include increasing the amount of natural vegetation and reducing the amount of impervious surface as this lot is brought into greater compliance with UDO. This will both make a more attractive lot for a wedding venue, but also a more attractive space that is within this very pretty historic neighborhood. Now, throughout this rezoning, this is something I want to really highlight, and was something highlighted at the Planning Commission. Throughout this rezoning, our team has been in frequent contact with the neighbors, and in fact, Brian and Melissa have gone above and beyond. In addition to the neighborhood meeting, they have had several meetings on their own with neighbors, and have even hosted neighbors at their existing wedding venue. Throughout this process, they have engaged and they've heard what people are concerned about and have really gone above and beyond to address those concerns. They have agreed to proffer to keep the church and not demolish it for a period of at least 5 years. They have prohibited some of the potential uses of the property. This was a significant concern we heard frequently. What happens if your business fails and this project and this property gets redeveloped? The O'Hara stepped in and said, we will prohibit some of these odious uses. They placed limits on signage. They restricted the property's vehicular entrances, and they increased the number of native species that we planted on the property. And I want to add 2 more conditions today that were a consequence of a continuing conversation with the neighbors that continued Planning Commission. We're going to today proffer a prohibition on both the nightclub and the simple convenience store uses, and those are both defined terms in the UDO. So per those definitions, those 2 uses will be added to the list of prohibited uses. So overall, again, I want to highlight that this was a case that received unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. I think this is very clearly in the public interest. It preserves a beautiful historic building and the O'Haras have a really great plan to try to make this space, give this space life again and make it an asset in this community, whereas currently the site is vacant and dilapidated. So I think they have a really exciting project, and we hope for your approval of this rezoning today. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, Mayor has the gavel.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, so we have a few speakers here. Daniel Welch. Wait, I'm sorry. Did I have anybody online for this? It's all in person, no online.
There's nobody online.
Okay.
There's nobody online.
All right, Daniel Welch, and followed by Tom Clark.
That wasn't approved, right? Some of these people are proponents.
Opponent, well, I don't know what that is. Okay. Welcome. If you could state whether you're, no, You're Daniel Welch, right?
I'm Daniel Welch.
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead.
And how much time?
Let's just keep it consistent, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. All right, my name is Dan Welch, and I live at 923 Alabama Avenue, so I'm just a few houses up the street from the property under discussion. My wife and I have owned that home since 1999. I'm here tonight to indicate support for this rezoning proposal, not only for myself, but also from a working group of neighbors that has been negotiating with prospective owners, the O'Haras, since last summer. So let me start by talking about our working group, some of whom are here tonight. You'll see them momentarily. We formed last June when we first learned about the plan to transform the church into a wedding venue. We announced the formation of this working group on our neighborhood listserv, and we invited the entire neighborhood to participate. So we took all comers. Anybody who was interested and wanted to participate joined us. So we feel this is a pretty representative cross-section of the most interested neighbors in our neighborhood. Notably, this core working group includes Tom Clark and Kathy Shipp, who will be speaking here momentarily. Tom and Kathy live immediately adjacent to the church. Our core group also includes Michael Parker, who couldn't be here, he's out of town, but he lives directly across the street from the property. So these are the folks that will be most directly affected by this rezoning, and they've been fully on board with the efforts of our working group from the very start. Our working group started with a number of Zoom meetings around the neighborhood to listen and take input from a wide range of neighbors. After several meetings, it was time to take our concerns and questions and requests and go meet directly with the O'Haras. So a core group of us took responsibility for meeting with prospective property owners and negotiating what we would like to see in an enforceable development plan. Our working group set out to work cooperatively with the O'Haras on a plan that allows them to pursue their business objectives, but also provides a number of permanent protections for our neighborhood. That was important to us. And we reached agreement on a number of these items. You're going to hear more about these from our next speaker.
Thank you. Tom Clark?
Yes, hello. My name is Tom Clark, and I live at 905 Alabama, and have owned the property there and have lived there for 23 years. I'm a member of this neighborhood working group that Dan just talked about. The property under consideration has extra importance to our neighborhood since it's located at a key entrance. It is a transition from the commercial businesses on Hillsborough Road to the residential area more interior to our neighborhood. Being the entrance point, it sets the tone for our neighborhood, and the historic church building is a landmark, an architectural anchor that has been there for 80 years. We'd like to see it remain there for many more years. The wedding venue the O'Haras propose seems to be one of the best ways to ensure the church structure remains, and we think it would be more neighborhood friendly when compared to many other businesses that could potentially land there. So we like that. But we also understand that allowing this property to be rezoned to CG has risk. It will open it up to all kinds of future businesses that we might be concerned with if, God forbid, the wedding business were to fail and the property is resold. As you have heard, these items include limitations on the type of uses that can be cited here, a limitation on the height of future buildings, restrictions on signage, and other provisions that will ensure their business is more suitable for the neighborhood setting. Importantly, they have agreed on a provision not to demolish the church for at least 5 years. While it is not an ironclad guarantee for our long-term preservation, we feel this is a good show of faith by the O'Haras, and they intend to invest in this historic building and keep it as a core part of their business. We hope that it will increase the odds that the church will be around for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Ms. Kathy Shipp.
Oh, Mayor, could we have the folks state if they're an opponent or a proponent when they get, I think I know where everyone has stood, but
Gotcha.
just for my clarity, thanks.
Yep. Have you down as the proponent?
Yes, I'm Kathy Shipp. I live at 905 Alabama, which is adjacent to the property. I've lived there for 8 years, and I'm a member of the neighborhood working group, and I am a proponent. Our negotiations with the O'Haras took many months. There was a lot of give and take, but we reached an agreement on a number of key issues that provide protections for our neighborhood. We are appreciative of the O'Hara's willingness to engage in a constructive way with the neighborhood, and that we feel that this bodes well for the future with them being our neighbor. The agreement is not perfect. Our concerns mostly had to do with what might happen next because of the rezoning, not so much with what the O'Haras are planning. Therefore, we didn't get everything we wanted, but the O'Haras committed to some significant protections for our neighborhood. A key part of our decision is that we don't think we would get these same protections from many other businesses that might land there. So we are here tonight to say we think this rezoning is a positive step forward for our neighborhood, and we do look forward to welcoming the O'Haras and their business into our neighborhood. We do have one request of the council. As this rezoning goes forward and we have more commercial activity in our neighborhood, our working group and the O'Haras themselves would like the council to prioritize traffic calming improvements at this location. This is the intersection at Green, Oakland, Alabama Trent, often referred to as, by its initials. This has always been a crazy high-speed intersection with people coming off of Hillsborough Road and the roads meeting at odd angles. It has poor sight lines and is an area where many people take walks, often with children.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Next, I have the last three. I have Brian O'Hara, Keenan Condors, and Patrick Biker.
Good evening. I'm Brian O'Hara. I'm the applicant along with my wife, Melissa. I don't have any significant comments to add other than a couple things. Just one, we have really appreciated the engagement that we've had with our neighbors. And I just want to tell you all, I think you probably know this, but we don't see this as the end of a relationship. We see this as the beginning of a pretty long relationship. So we want to continue that engagement. And just the second thing that I'll say is, I think my wife and I were smart to divide and conquer tonight based on the time and not leave our kids at home alone. She's the one that really runs this business. I help with some back-end stuff, but she's really the expert here. So I'm glad to be here and represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, those are all of the cards I have. This is a public hearing. Are there any other? Yes. Yeah, you have to come to the mic. State your name and your proponent or opponent.
I'm a proponent with a condition. My name's John Wood. I did sign up, so.
For this item?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
So I live a little over a block and a half from the site. I'm a landscape architect and planner by trade, so that's the gist of my comments this evening. I'm also a board member of the Old West Durham Neighborhood Association, but I'm just representing myself and some other neighbors in terms of this meeting. This project, as has been discussed, is located at a very important focal point in the Old West Durham neighborhood and is very visible along Hillsborough Road, a main corridor into Durham. Like Cocoa Cinnamon, Loco Pops, and other local businesses, the venue could also help further activate what has become an important pedestrian-oriented node and gateway into our neighborhood. For this reason and the others as previously mentioned by my neighbors, I am generally in favor of the general concept of the project. Because of the site's visibility and importance, we also feel that it is important that certain aspects of the site be addressed before the rezoning is approved. Most importantly is the solid mass of unscreened and unlandscaped pavement that occupies the majority of the site right up to the property line behind the sidewalk all along Hillsborough and Trent Drive. This parking does not meet the current standards of the UDO for parking and landscaping, and even though this is an upzoning, because it would be improvements to a non-conforming use, much of the current UDO standards may not apply. Unless conditions are applied to the rezoning. The development team has generously indicated that they intended to do some nice landscaping, but have not provided any more specific assurances on these issues since they have not yet put their design team together. We've recently learned that they now have completed the assembly of the design team. So we look forward to that interaction moving forward with a short deferral would be our preference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Those are all the cards I have. I've acknowledged the audience. At this time, I will declare this public hearing closed and bring it back before the council. Colleagues, are there any comments?
I do have a question. First of all, I want to thank the applicant for this project, the work you've done with the community to build support for your project, the ability to preserve that beautiful church there. Appreciate that. Appreciate also the comments from the neighbors. It is a complicated intersection there with Trent and I think whatever, Hillsborough, whatever comes in there. My question was for Mr. Condor, if you come back to the mic. So I think, and I want to appreciate Mr. Wood's comments about the parking and the kind of buffers to the between this property and the rest of the neighborhood. Did you say, I mean, currently it's all impervious surface on that plot, right? Did you say you were going to reduce impervious surface? Did I hear that?
So the project will have to go through the site plan approval process, and at that point, it will have to be brought into greater compliance with the current UDO regulations. And at that time, it likely will be adding things like street trees and things like that will have vegetation. And we've proffered that a certain percentage of those additional plantings will be native species. So at the site plan phase, when it's brought into greater compliance, some of that asphalt will have to be torn up and planted.
And will that address the neighbors' concerns about this to kind of transition the buffer, the visual impact of the sort of the parking, which will still be there on the site, correct?
It should improve that situation. So you will be adding green space, and I think that will create a little bit more of an adequate transition. But that will have to be a phase that's subsequent to the rezoning.
Thank you.
All right. I'm really excited about this project. I believe I've seen the renderings, or I think I met, when I first got on council, I believe I met you all when you were just talking about an idea or something, and I just love what you were doing with initially your plan to work with the community and to see that actually roll out. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. Colleagues, I will now, let's see, it's 27. Yep. Here we go. All right, I'll now entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential urban 5-2 commercial general and establishing the same as commercial general with the textual development plan.
Moved as read.
Moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Motion 2, to adopt a consistency statement as required by the North Carolina General Statute, SEC 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, will you please open the vote? Please close the vote.
The second motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much. All right, now 27. All right, we are now on item 27.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy Lester again, Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Collier Marsh for 3 parcels of land totaling 12.599 acres and located at 3438, 3454, and 3456 Hillsborough Road. The current zoning is planned development residential 59.102 and industrial light. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 34.923 through a textual development plan. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to allow up to 440 multifamily apartment units, including townhouse-style apartments. The properties are currently designated transit opportunity area on the place type map. The proposed PDR 34.923 zoning is consistent with the designated place type. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are here for any questions.
I'm sorry, I do have to pause this for just one moment and take a 5-minute break. Colleagues, let's take just, Madam Clerk, you think 5 minutes is good? Okay, let's take about a 5-minute break. I'll see you back at, too late to do the math. Come back in 5 minutes. 11:07, yeah, there we go.
The Durham City Council meetings and Planning Commission meetings are now available to live stream on all devices via the City of Durham's social media accounts. To watch, simply go to City of Durham NC on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. Devices include phones, tablets, laptops, desktops, streaming boxes and sticks, and smart TVs. The easiest way to view the live stream on smart TVs and streaming devices, such as the Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV, is via the YouTube app. Now you can follow along with the latest developments in the Durham community at dinner, your kids' game, the mall, in bed, during a breather, in the bathtub, and even on the International Space Station.
Probably this one. I'm not very far with it.
Is this it? Or
Yeah, that's it.
Greenhill?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she submitted it.
It looks like it got submitted as a PDF instead of PowerPoint.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment. No, too soon? Too soon, too soon. All right. Staff, I'm so sorry for interrupting us, but we needed our closed captioners to take a break, which I'm not sure we have. But yeah, we'll receive the staff report now. This is item 27.
All right, let me pull it back up for you. Yeah, I've already.
Okay, I'm sorry. I am so tired right now. So,
Staff is
I'm
good.
having some functional issues up here, so I apologize. We have heard the staff report. We are.
Does anybody have any questions?
Council, does anyone have any questions? My brain is really having some serious issues right now. Colleagues, any questions? All right, I'll officially declare this public hearing open, and we'll hear from our applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm Collier Marsh with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street. I'll make it a little easier on you with the yellow cards because one of them is Ryan Stewart, who is here and, on behalf of Intrinsic Residential, but is not planning to speak, but here to answer any questions that you may have. So I think I probably need 5 minutes most, and we'll try to do it in less time. I do have a presentation, if we could pull that up.
7 minutes.
This is the Aura Green Hill rezoning, and this case should look a little familiar to council. A similar project or similar case came through and was approved in January of 2023 that involved just the property of the three, the furthest to the east around the right-hand side. That was a case that was unanimously recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, then unanimously approved by the council because it was a great case. It's a multifamily development that was the product of extensive engagement with the neighborhood, nearly a dozen meetings, and those meetings have continued onto this new project. We think it makes it even better. That case included 39 affordable housing units, a third of which were affordable at or below 60% AMI, a third at or below 80% AMI, and a third at or below 100% AMI. So a wide range of affordable price points, but a really high bar for the number of units offered. So we've taken that good case and we've made it better because just shortly after that case was approved by the council, an opportunity to acquire the two motels to the west of the site arose. It seemed like a win-win for the development to take advantage of some underutilized sites as part of this project and adapt this development to use that space and provide a transition in density and a mixture of product types within the community that has an overall better balance. So when we look at the place type map, this is a transit opportunity area. That designation calls for some of the highest densities, mixture of product types. It also says that you should be respectful of the surrounding area and think about transitions in use and density when you look to the surrounding context. Existing zoning, so this tells a bit of the story where the easternmost parcel was previously rezoned to PDR 59.1. The remainder is zoned IL. In this case, we're asking to apply that PDR designation to the entire site, but by taking a larger site and not seeking a substantial increase in density, we're actually bringing the PDR designation down to 34.9. Previously approved development plan is a graphic development plan. Again, that was a multifamily development, 5-story complex with some park-like features in between this development and the neighboring properties to the east, or in this case, page bottom. And so worked extensively with those folks to ensure that the project was compatible, that had architectural features that were compatible, and had this park-like space to help serve as an amenity, not only for this development, but for the surrounding community. And what we've done is we've taken that project and we've made it better in a number of ways, in this case a textual development plan. We've kept that high level of affordability. We're still proposing 39 units. They're affordable at those 3 levels I mentioned and for a period of 30 years. We're keeping that open space between our development and the neighboring community, but we're activating that and making it a park-like feature that can be taken advantage by residents of the community and residents of this development. So it's programmed to be 50 feet wide with all sorts of amenities and features to make it a true park-like space that does have a public access easement so that everybody can enjoy it. I do want to clarify there was a lighting commitment that was included in the prior rezoning and discussions with staff. Today we learned that the code currently now is requiring that. So it says that it's keeping those lighting commitments. The code is keeping those lighting commitments. It's not an added text commitment at this point in time because it's already addressed. We essentially, by taking advantage of the property on the western side, we've taken the multifamily development that was originally proposed, shifted it to the west, and then we're adding a different product type. They're still apartment units, they're still rental units, but they're townhome style, and so we've got a number of conditions that define exactly how those function and create a unique product type within the community. And so there's a number of conditions that essentially say these look and feel like townhomes, but they are part of the apartment community. We have a number of other commitments to ensure compatibility with the community, with some masonry requirements for development as well as signage requirements. We've got a native species planning requirement, requiring a green building certification. So we want to make sure that when we think about setting precedents for development, we set a precedent prior iteration with affordability, trying to set precedents with environmentally sustainable development with green building certifications. We've clarified that our impervious surface will not exceed what exists there today, largely developed already, and we're not going to make that increase that impervious surface. We also have a substantial donation to Durham Public Schools, $123,000 that was offered by this developer. We heard some commentary in prior cases about paying attention to Planning Commission feedback on projects. This was a unanimous recommendation of approval, 8-0, and the comments were glowing about all the nice and high quality features of this project, trying to check every possible box. We're overwhelmingly consistent with the comprehensive plan, and so we'd respectfully ask that this council vote to approve this project. And of course, we've got our full development team here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, and Mr. Stewart won't be speaking. So I have Ms. Dot Doyle and followed by Tom Miller.
Good evening, council members. I am Dot Doyle. I live at 2311 Woodrow Street. I am on the Neighborhood Association Board as vice president. I believe you got a letter from me that I sent on Friday regarding this project. And I am representing a group of board members and nearby neighbors who met numerous times with this developer in the first iteration and several more times again in the new iteration. We are supportive of this, this development. It brings a number of really nice features. For one thing, it takes property that is either unused or is marginally used. I mean, those motels, I never see cars in those parking lots. And so it takes those and puts them into good use in our neighborhood. We appreciate the transition that the townhomes provide in terms of residential units that look more like the single-family units across the street. We appreciate the open space that that Trinsic has included, and it's it's bigger. It'll be a little more robust, and we think that will be a real asset to this property. We, as I think you hear with some regularity, are concerned about traffic. Hillsborough Road is already a mess at peak times. Sprint Avenue is also problematic in that it's a wide road and it's got the golf course for a ways there, and then all of a sudden there becomes residential homes and people frankly just speed down that road. Trinsic has offered to make a donation to the city in the amount of we have a verbal agreement with them that they will make a donation to the city in the amount of $35,000. The neighbors have worked with the city to get speed humps installed along Sprint, and we hope that you all can figure out a way to take the money to do that and mitigate the transportation.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Tom Miller, and I also represent the Watts Hospital Hillendale Neighborhood Association. It's been a very long evening. This is an excellent project. I encourage you to vote for it, and I won't take up any more of your time, but if you have a question, I'll do my very best to answer it.
I have never heard you speak that last. Thank you, Mr. Miller. All right, those are all the cards I have. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak and follow Mr. Miller's trend? Okay, with that being said, I will declare this public hearing closed and bring it back before the council. Colleagues? All right. And I will entertain a motion to, here we go, yeah. To adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of Planned Development Residential 59.102 and Industrial Light and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 34.923.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, and motion 2, to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Trinsic Acquisition Company, LLC.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, and motion 3, to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute, SEC 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Madam Clerk, please open the vote. Please close the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
It's still recorded for you. You good? All right, thank you. I believe that is everything for tonight. Colleagues, thank you all so much for the spirited debate and just, I know it's long, I got to say this, I really appreciate us really diving down into policy and having perspective around it. Whether we agree or disagree, we'll agree sometimes, we won't some others, but I really appreciate you all. All right, have a good night. We are adjourned at 11:20 p.m.